Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today, we're doing another episode of Debating People Live. I'm so excited. For any of the VOD watchers, I may or may not include timestamps in the description below, depending on how lazy I am, which, to be fair, I am a pretty lazy individual. You know, look at my hair. I'm lazy. I didn't do anything with it today, so I've just, done this instead for whatever wacky reason. With that being said, hello, Randy S., and congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, flourishing, hyacinth? Did I pronounce that right? I have no idea. Hello, Daniel Berry. Hello, Anon420 Serial. Hello, Dahlia. Hello, the United States Marine Corps. I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Link of TW. How are you all doing? If you're doing good, I'm very happy to hear that. If you're doing bad, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. Oh no. So sad. But yeah, we're gonna be doing some fun stuff today. Hello, Camellia Raven. Hello, Alexi. Hello, Gummy. But yeah, we're doing a lot of fun stuff today. Oh, I'm doing good, suffering with homework. I'm so sorry to hear that. You know, we've all been there. Smash like. We're gonna debate some shitters, as soon as they show up in the waiting room. We're waiting. I guess you could say we're waiting for people to show up in the waiting room because we're doing a debate stream. But yeah, I'm a far left atheist / agnostic. I guess I'm an agnostic atheist, to be specific. Meaning that I don't deny outright the existence of a god, right? I just deny, deny the correctness / validity of, the majority of organized religion. Also, I keep trying to brush the... Actually, you know what? If these few strands of hair want to not cooperate, I feel like that actually looks better when they don't cooperate. It looks better, actually. We'll just go with it. We'll roll with it. God is a woman. This is true. Hi, Femi. Hello, Icon. Hope you're doing well. I get paid tomorrow. Let's fucking go. I'm a dipshit and I lent money to someone I knew was a pathological liar, so I'm gonna be happy to finally not be short on money. Well, congratulations. I'm very happy to hear that. And, yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, just don't lend money to pathological liars. Bad idea. Bad idea. Just in general. They say, oh, I'm gonna give the money back. I'm gonna give it back. And they never do. Why don't they ever? Well, because, Wait, so this is a debate stream? Yes. I'm waiting for somebody to show up in the waiting room to debate me. Whatever it is they disagree with me on, I'll debate them on it. Unless it's something like really absurd. You're indeed. Yeah, we haven't done a debate stream in a while. Oh my god, I got massive shoulders. Fuck me, dysphoria go crazy today. Holy fuck. Look, what we debating? Yeah, so if you want to debate me, join the debate server. It's in the poll. It's linked in the poll where it's like, join here to debate me. And then it's like a link. And then it's like, no thanks, I'll just watch. So there's that. I've also got ow. Oh, I just bit the side of my mouth. Ow. That's fucking painful. Ooh. Oh, fuck. That's not good. Well, that's definitely gonna end up, swelling up and being annoying. Jesus. It's also linked in the about section of my channel. It'll say, what does it say? Something like, debate me here, or some shit like that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Hell nah. What do you mean, hell nah? Looking nice. Thank you, Ramza. I appreciate that. Hello, Ryan Gacy. Hello, Lexi. Hello, Zach. Fuck, I don't have a Discord. Well, if you wanna call in to debate me, then I guess you'll have to make one. But yeah, it'll say, yeah, it'll be the third link. Debate me here, parentheses, call-ins, right? It's in the about section of my channel. And, yeah. That's, yeah, it should give you a link and you'll be able to call in, debate me, all that good stuff, But nobody is in the waiting room, so it appears that everyone just agrees that I'm right about everything. Girl, people are gonna stop believing that you are trans, holy shit. True, I'm actually detransitioning from a trans woman into a cis woman. This is true. And welcome back, Poppy. Good to see you again. Getting the pain ready in your mouth so you can spit painful truths to the MAGAs. Yeah, we're all the MAGA people. Come on, we're waiting for the MAGA people to show up so that I can tell them to, debate me. Join the Discord server, debate me. Fuck. Now all the MAGA people are all scared. People will, try to one-guy me in chat successfully, mind you, in many cases, because I let them, because it's entertaining. Sexy bitch, I'm mega dude. Okay, you're a mega dude. Okay. We're talking about MAGA. We're talking about Trump supporters. Hi, I just joined. Hello, Sophia. Cute outfit, Femi. Thank you, Ella. I appreciate that. Very much appreciate it. I prefer Mega Man. So real. Let's debate. If you want to debate me, the Discord to the debate. The Discord to the debate. I'm very good at speaking. The Discord to the debate server is in the description. It's in the description of this live stream. It's also going to be in the about section of my channel. It'll say debate me here, parentheses, call-ins. Join my call-in debate server. If you want to debate me. And join the waiting room. I'll drag you into the on the air section. Opinion on Lenin? Well, I'm not really a Marxist Leninist, or if that's what you're trying to get at. Oh, there's somebody in the waiting room. Finally. Hello, Joe. You're on the air.
Oh, shit.
Congratulations.
What's going on?
Hello, what do you want to talk about?
Let me mute the stream. Hang on. All right. Mute the stream. I was hearing you twice. I was very confused. What's going on?
I'm just chilling. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I just saw that no one was in the waiting room, so I just joined.
Is there anything you disagree with me on? What's your most right-wing belief?
Most right-wing belief? I would say I'm pro-gun.
Okay. I don't really have a strong stance on gun issues. What's your second most right-wing belief?
God damn, you're getting me here. I'm quite left as well.
Are you religious?
No, I'm not.
I don't really think we strongly disagree on anything then. I don't know what to talk about.
Yeah, there's nothing
what are we meant to
really.
disagree
I guess
on?
we just kind of. Yeah, there's nothing really.
Are you a capitalist?
No, I'm a socialist.
Fuck! You're just as based as me. God damn it!
Yeah.
I mean, because I would consider myself to lean more towards being pro-gun. If anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have a strong, my position is mainly just, when it comes to gun control, obviously, I'm going to be in favor of background checks. Like, okay, if you have a history of domestic abuse, okay, maybe that should be, questioned. I don't think that, there should be zero barrier to entry. But, I also think that, there is a fine line. I'm not really in favor of, banning specific types of guns. I really think that does anything.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Well, it seems like there's somebody else in the waiting room. I thank you for
kick me off. God damn.
Yeah, I gotta disconnect you because this person might disagree with me. Anyways, thank you for calling in and have a good one.
All right. See you.
See you. Hello, Scuffed. You're on the air. What do you want to talk about?
Hello?
Hello, Scuffed. You're on the air. What do you want?
Okay, sorry, I have a really bad echo, so I might mute myself a couple times. Okay, so what are your beliefs? Because I don't know you too well. I just saw you were debating people, and I like good intellectual debate.
I guess broadly, I'm pro-LGBTQ+, pro-trans, pro-choice, anti-capitalist, I would say, to an extent. I'm an agnostic atheist. So is there anything that sounds appealing to talk about? Anything you find interesting? Okay.
A little. Okay, so the pro. Okay, everything else is fine. I'm actually all for pro-choice. I'm not pro-choice. Pro-choice is the one I want to talk about, but everything else I'm perfectly fine with. You do you, boo. Okay, actually, you have two
Okay.
things. Before that, it's another question. You say you're trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you just starting to transition to a male, or are you
No, I'm male to female.
really?
Yeah.
I couldn't fucking guess. Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah.
But anyway, actually, hold on. Hey, Bubba. Sorry, my cat came up to me. He's one
No, you're good.
scratching this.
Of course, of
my boy.
course.
Anyway, pro-choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want your thought. What makes you say pro-choice? Well, I don't really know the debate about you. I don't really know the debate, but I'm not really right or left. Though I am right-leaning, I am middle ground. I do not like Trump, but I don't hate him. He's
Okay.
I think he's technically our first ever gay president, if you think about it. Or Zeus.
No, because
Or
Bill Clinton would be, right?
oh, technically, yeah. Or he's the first ever zoophile. Because I've seen a video
that's
where
true.
they
That's
explain
true.
that that Bubba could be a horse.
That's true. So,
So
you mentioned, okay, so you want to talk about my pro-choice position. I guess
yes.
my primary justification for it would be an ethical one. So I believe that if it's the case that a fetus is not sentient, i.e. within the first I believe 24 to 26 weeks, which seems to be the scientific consensus at the very least. Okay, that's like the minimum, that's like playing it safe. It is not sentient at all, right? And therefore doesn't warrant moral consideration. So there would be no logical reason to be against terminating the pregnancy.
I do not agree with you because sentient. I am somewhat of a. I have a medical certificate, and I am really into biology and stuff like that.
Okay.
Not much so psychology, but technically we don't really gain sentience or permanent memory up until like 2 to 3 years.
Well, hold on.
So
It's not about permanent memory.
Okay. No. Technically, sentience comes up about 2 or 3 because everything before that is reactionary. Everything's reactions.
No, that's just not
repetitive.
true.
It's not really a three. True. But
so it's gonna be the case that like after the first 26 weeks, it could be longer. Some scientists are saying 30 weeks. Again, I'm playing it safe by saying 24 to 26. They do start to develop some level of sentience, right? So it's not going to be the same level of sentience that you or I would have, but it's going to be some level of sentience, right? So just because they don't have a long-term memory or whatever, doesn't mean that they don't have qualitative subjective experiences, right? Because that's really the main thing, right? When I say sentience, what I'm referring to is the capacity to have some sort of qualitative subjective experience. And once some sort of entity is able to have that, then they are worth moral consideration, right?
Okay, that's fair. Like it's just a clump of cells at some point, and then it becomes a living being at another. Okay, that is fair. However, I not really on my personal morals, not anybody else's morals, not like a objective moral. No, because everything is subjective. Everything is always subjective. My personal subjective morals, not subjective. My biased morals. I was raised in a Christian household. I am still Christian. Though not as heavily as I once was. I still believe that is still a potential human child, or is a human child. It's a bit, but I also am in the medical field, and I'm like, under the right conditions, I can see you basically putting it's not really. Sorry, I'm a little autistic. I don't know how to formulate my thoughts, and ugh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So I take it then that you're of the position that in terms of how you view it, you have some sort of worldview that denotes that you believe that what you're trying to say, it's a living human, therefore it's wrong to kill. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay.
I'm saying that yes, killing it is killing a child, in my opinion. But also, I also think that making it less of a big deal than what it is, like making it less severe than it actually is the problem. That's my problem with it. It's not killing a bunch of cells. It's killing a potential human.
A potential human.
Yes, it is, and my choice is to not have that. Is if I personally were to choose to not do that, I would not do that. However, then again, if I wish there was more ways and much better ways to say, hey, you don't want to have this child. That's perfectly fine. Though we won't I wish there was a way for it to be extracted out of the womb and then incubated in like a tube. Make it basically a tube baby. I wish that would happen. I wish that was a thing because then we would have like painless abortions, but also have the human come into the world.
Well, after a certain point, you can just get a C-section and then that'd be like a premature birth, right? And then just put it up for adoption. That is a thing that you would do later on in the pregnancy. But to clarify, it seems to be the case that your position here is that it's valuable because it has the potential to become a person. Am I correct in that?
Yes, yes, I am. I'm not saying it is like if you kill it, like plan. Is that what it's called? Plan B. I'm not too familiar on the terms. A Plan B is like the abortion pill.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way of abortion of killing it is, I don't think it's not wrong per se.
Okay.
As someone who has had to literally watch people die at a previous job of mine, I see where I've seen death. I've seen death actually throughout my life, from when I was a kid. So it's not the death it's not the killing it of it is affecting me. It's the fact that it's taken so lightly.
Okay, and why is it wrong that it's supposedly taken too lightly? Like, who is taking it too lightly?
Because well, I've seen it be like it's not really talking about it could. Well, I see media portraying Plan Bs or abortions as like getting rid of a clump of cells, like the talk of it getting rid of a clump of cells.
So in terms of Plan B, that's just like a pill, right? So that's going to be very early on. That's like only within the first month. So in that case, it is just going to be a clump of cells. But even if it's not just a clump of cells, what we would want to take a look at is, not what it physically looks like, but like what does it have in terms of moral consideration? Well, how do we determine moral consideration? Well, we're going to do it based on whether or not it has some sort of, qualitative subjective experience. If it doesn't have any sentience, if it doesn't have the capacity to experience anything, then there is no logical reason that it would warrant moral consideration. Do you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that, actually. It's hard to debate somebody because I'm quite open to my ideals, and my ideals and stuff like that are very. It's hard to debate with somebody that does not have an objectively wrong opinion. I have debated somebody I've debated people who were actively like, we should fucking kill Trump, like at gunpoint in the middle of the middle of a crowd, like that kind of like that. Like I've debated people who are like that, but I don't know. You don't give off that kind of vibe. You don't give off the kind of like. You don't give hyper left. You're left definitely, but also you seem very reasonable.
Well, I think that people often conflate leftism or extremism with irrationality, and I feel like that's sort of a stereotype that I break. The reason I'm far left is not because of my position on abortion or because of my position on trans rights. I mean, those are all left-leaning positions. It's mainly due to the fact that I'm against capitalism. That's the only reason I would consider myself to be far left. If I wasn't against capitalism, I would just be a liberal.
Honestly, okay.
But it seems to be the case that you agree that like a non-sentient fetus doesn't warrant moral consideration. You seem to agree with me on that. Correct?
Up to a point, yes. Up to a point where we're under moral well, it has moral consideration, but just a little more than
When it's
none.
non-sentient? Why?
Like when it's non-sentient, but it's like
why would it be more than
less.
none? Why would it be more
a little
than
more
none?
than none. Not like a lot. Like it's an actual fetus, but like it has a potential to become a fetus. It has a potential to become a human. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
So what you're saying is it has
it is a
instrumental
potential.
value. What you're saying is it has instrumental value instead of terminal value. In which case it wouldn't have, it wouldn't warrant moral consideration. It would just hold instrumental value. So the same way that, say for instance, you know, a pill that will stop you from being sick, that wouldn't warrant moral consideration, but it would be valuable instrumentally. It doesn't have terminal value. It's not valuable in of itself. It's only valuable in terms of the outcomes that it can produce. So I would be careful and say that because that's the only reason you would value a fetus in the first place, you wouldn't say that
not in the first place, just the clump of cells. Not the clump of cells. The at a certain point, it is under the moral scrutiny of it's a human, don't kill it. But
well, it's not on the
like,
basis of whether or not it's human. Hold on, it wouldn't be on the basis of whether or not it's human. And I'll explain why.
It has potential
Do you believe
being
it's
human, yes. I believe it is alive.
Because like you would agree,
alive.
Right? So you would agree that like a brain dead human, okay, despite the fact that they're still alive, you know, their cells are still active, you know, their heart is pumping blood throughout their body, they are brain dead. They are legally pronounced dead, even if you haven't pulled the plug. Would you agree it's not morally wrong at all to pull the plug? You would agree with that, correct?
Depends on what kind of brain dead are we talking about here? Because if it's like they're brain dead for so and so reasons that could be that have a chance to be
being brain dead is not curable. You can't make somebody that's brain dead not brain dead anymore, just by definition. Like if somebody is brain dead, that their brain is gone. They're never gonna have a single conscious thought ever again.
Yeah, no, pull the plug.
Yeah, okay. So it wouldn't be on the basis of whether or not it's human. So yeah, so it wouldn't be on the basis of whether or not they're human, because that's still a human that is alive.
That is the
correct. It is sentience.
Is the consideration of sentience.
Right.
But
and
also,
in terms of potentiality,
I dislike sentience very much.
Yeah. So in terms of potentiality, you know, sperm cells have the potential to, you know, go into somebody's pussy.
Turning into an egg, yes.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be wrong to you know, flush your sperm down the toilet, right? You wouldn't say, oh, well, you know, you're murdering millions of potential babies, right? You wouldn't say that.
You know, actually, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Like,
so it seems like you don't really necessarily. Yeah, so you don't necessarily disagree with me. It seems like, you know, there's just one of those things where it's like you have like sort of like a, you know, a vibe for what you think you might believe, but maybe you just haven't thought about it fully.
More of anything.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's a my personal vibe and then more than anything.
But it seems like when we actually break it down in terms of, you know, logic and reasoning, it seems like you agree with me, correct?
Yes. Yes. It is just a clump of cells at the end of the day. And when you make the sperm argument, I'm like, yeah, no, you're right. Like, it was more of me being like, me thinking, being on the fence, need somebody to help me just think a little bit more.
Yeah. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. And I'm glad that you're open to changing your mind. I have a lot of respect for somebody like you who is intellectually honest.
Like I said, I'm in the middle of the fence, so it's not really that I changed my mind. It's more of I don't really care either way. Though I am more right-leaning, but that's for my personal growing up beliefs mixed with how I've been.
Yeah.
I'm not real like my parents. I came out as pansexual to them, and they're like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
my parents are very loving, and I'm very happy that I have them. But they are one is very right, one is not so right. But like they aren't alt right. I'm gonna be honest, they aren't alt right. They're
like center right. Are they like they're like Bush era sort of conservatives? They're like run of the mill. Like we want lower taxes.
Open. They want lower. They're the people that want lower taxes. Do they blame other people on it? No. Do they blame ethnicities for it? No, they blame stupidity.
Yeah, so they're
for
like
the dumb things.
neoconservative. They're like neoconservatives, right? They're the people that today
Yes.
would be called rhinos. But I mean, obviously, I would still disagree with them on economic policy. But I think
No,
people
I
like
think-
that are definitely tolerable. I don't have an issue with people like that, other than like, yeah, obviously, I disagree with them on economic stuff, and it's like I do think
You would also.
that-
Oh, sorry. I have a question though. What's your thoughts on gun laws and hunting laws of the United States? Because I'm guessing. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, I actually don't have a strong stance when it comes to guns. I actually have a position
you're
that
like
is, I
me
don't,
then,
like, I'm not
where-
in favor. I'm in favor of background checks and shit like that. I'm not in favor of banning specific
yeah.
types of guns. I'm not in favor of that. So we'd probably actually agree on that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not in favor of banning guns or anything like that.
Yeah, like if you have a mental illness, if you have a previous record of doing any type of crime, or previous
not any
record
type of
doing
crime.
anything-
It would have to be.
No,
it would
no,
have
no,
to be
like-
like some sort of violent crime, right? Like you'd have to be like a domestic
yeah.
abuser for me to be, comfortable with the idea of banning somebody from obtaining firearms.
if
I don't
you,
think
like,
mental
commit
illness is
tax
enough
fraud-
because like I don't think that mental illness
depending
is
on the
enough
mental
because
illness.
yeah, it
Depending
does depend on the mental illness.
And depending on the crime, you are no longer allowed to own any type of firearm or like anything. You know what's funny? A lot of
Yes.
school shooters, I've loosely looked into it, so do not take my word as law or my like I said, my mind. No, I'm open to anything, but this is what from I heard. Majority of school shooters that get not. I'm not talking about them, but I'm saying that they got their guns through other means, as in like they have
Correct.
parents who have guns or have friends
Correct.
who have guns. They stole the guns and then committed the violence. Now, would I blame the gun owners? Not really, because they stole it. Because gun laws, depending on where you live. Well, depending on where you live,
I
gun
would
laws
blame
are
the
very
parents.
strict.
No, I would blame the parents. I think that the parents of a school
yeah.
shooter should be held responsible because it's like, well, you clearly didn't do a good enough job protecting your guns. You made them accessible enough to the point where your kid was able to get them. So it's like, yeah, they are to blame in part for that.
True. But I also would actually, in my opinion, if you look at a school shooter, you should not look at the gun per se. Like you should look at it a little bit, but like look at why they did it, the motive.
No, I would agree,
A gun
and
is
I'm
a
in
tool.
favor
It's a
of
weapon.
Yeah, and I'm in
But
favor of
look
our
at the
tax
motive.
dollars. Yeah, I'm in favor of our tax dollars going towards helping people's mental health, and not just in the context of school shooters, just in general. That's just like a more broad thing that I'm in favor of. I think that we need to care about people's. I think that we need to care more about people's mental health, not just when it comes to school shooters, but just in a broad sense. And because we don't, we have issues with.
Sorry, that's not like a sarcastic. That's like a yes. I agree with you. Another thing, I would change if I had in charge of the USA. Here's what three things I would change. One, I would change. I would change school system. Be a little more. Be less on repeating vomit homework, and be more active learning. Like, hey, this is a subject this week. Do your own research. Do not use ChatGPT. Do not use AI. Like, actually research. If you want to do this class, fine. Just go into this class. Learn about this. Hey, little Timmy, you want to learn about how fire trucks work? Oh, here's a small like third grade engineering class to learn a little bit more how engines work.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think we disagree on that.
That would be perfect because it would inspire you. Yes, go ahead.
You said that you're a Christian. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes. Sure, why not? I'm open to anything.
Yeah, why do you believe in Christianity?
Well, I grew up in a Christian household, A. B, there was a point in my life where it was physically it was like statistically impossible, like a 0% chance of it happening, and I'm alive because of that.
0% chance of what
a little
happening?
bit me surviving this specific incident. I don't. It does involve a little bit of I don't know. I know you're streaming on YouTube. I don't know if I can say the word without it without it losing its weight.
The word suicide, or are we talking about something else?
No, child death.
Oh.
Okay.
So you almost died as a kid? Is what you're saying?
Yes. Yes and no. All right, let me give some context. I lived in Texas. Big open state. I lived in a small town in Texas at one point in my life. I was, I believe, like 11 or 12, and we had we lived in a trailer with me and two of my brothers. We had a bunk bed against the wall. I was on the bottom bunk. The brother younger than me was on the top bunk, and the second youngest was on the floor. So one night we lived on a corner, like a highway corner. Drunk driver drives into our trailer. Mind you, our room was at the side of the trailer, was like at the very end of the trailer. So a wall hit. Hold on. So the truck hit that side of the trailer, collapsing an entire wall onto my little brother.
Okay.
And that also shattered because it hit the entire side of the trailer. It shattered the bunk bed. And forensic scientists said that it was literally impossible that I would have I should have died that day.
So
what you're describing it should have killed me.
So what you're describing here is a statistical unlikelihood.
Very a 0% chance.
It wouldn't be 0%. Obviously, if it was 0%, then it
would not have happened. But
yeah, so obviously it was greater than 0%. I think what they're I think what they're actually saying is it was very, very unlikely that you survived, but you did. That's not necessarily proof of God. That's just proof of sometimes statistically unlikely things happen, right?
True.
Like, if it's the case that even if we were to go based on a Christian worldview, I don't think that a Christian worldview would necessarily indicate you being alive, right? So if it's the case that somebody is a drunk driver and there are negative outcomes to drunk driving, such as them crashing and killing people, then wouldn't it naturally be the consequence due to their own free will that you would have died, independent of, whether or not there is or isn't a God, because, we all have free will?
True. I guess it's just down to belief, I guess. I personally believe that there is a higher power out there. If you look around, you think, oh, it's all random chance.
Let's say there's a higher power. Like, what? How do you know it's the Christian God specifically? Like, what evidence do you have to believe that?
I guess I don't know. There is several talks about some Christian events happening throughout other ancient societies, talking about the flood and stuff like that. But it's mainly
what's the evidence of the Great Flood? Why is there no archaeological evidence of this?
True.
Yeah, you would think that there would be. Like, if there was like a great flood where like the water, just like covered the entire planet, like there'd be scientific evidence of this, wouldn't there?
True, but it would be
so why isn't
minuscule.
There? No, it wouldn't be minuscule.
No, because
the whole planet being flooded is not minuscule. That'd be a huge event that we would have evidence of.
But if you look at the biblical term, it was for 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, if it was for 40,
but if you look at how like if deformations form, it's over millions of years, thousands of millions of years. So it wouldn't have.
But we would have evidence of a catastrophe that big. Yeah, we would have evidence of a catastrophe that big if it were to happen.
True.
Like we would have evidence. We would have evidence that, like, okay, the populations of all of these different species went way the fuck down to the point where they almost went extinct, and then they rebuilt themselves. We would have evidence of that. We don't have evidence of that because that didn't happen.
I don't know. Just I just believe in God. I can't really prove otherwise. It's just faith.
Fair
Like
enough,
I
I
said,
guess.
I don't. It's
I mean,
just down to
as long
faith.
as you acknowledge that
If
there's not really evidence, I mean, that's fair. I would just recommend
there is evidence,
questioning.
but it can't come into my mind. A, B, there is like it can always be disputed. It's always disputed. Everything can be disputed. Quite literally, I also believe in evolution.
Okay,
Am I
good.
Christian? Yeah, I believe in evolution as well. It's never really anything like, well, if evolution exists, God doesn't exist. Ugh. No, it's more of maybe God just watched over evolution.
Mhm.
Like, it's not really. It's like I don't know. It's like the debate of, oh, Christian evolution true, therefore Christian bad, or Christian
Right.
true, evolution therefore bad. Like, it's like a dumb debate. One
No,
relies on faith.
that's
One
fair.
relies on a
I wouldn't use
changing.
that as the argument, right?
No. I'm saying that the argument itself is dumb. Like, we have
Um,
proof of both. Well, not proof of both, but like we have
no.
proof that evolution is real, or like, yeah, evolution is real.
Correct.
But there like, it's like, I don't know.
Look, it doesn't
I
seem to
can't
be the
prove.
case that you can
There
think
is.
of any evidence of, the Bible being correct. And I'm not asking you to necessarily do that here. I'm
I
just
can't think of
asking you
any.
to, yeah, I'm simply asking
I
you to
don't
maybe
personally think
reflect
of
on
it. I
that.
can't personally think of any.
Yeah, reflect on why that is. Like, I'm not asking you to do
I've been
that
doing that for
here
years. I
necessarily. I would just
honestly, I'm gonna be honest
after
with
this
you.
call.
Oh, sorry.
After this
Hmm.
call, I would simply recommend, doing a little bit of reflection and asking yourself, why do I believe the things that I do? Is this actually evidence-based? Is what my idea of evidence actually evidence, or is this just merely confirmation bias? Is this me, connecting the dots where they don't actually connect? Like, I genuinely do believe, that, when it comes to, a belief in Christianity, I mean, I don't, I'm not necessarily saying that, like, you shouldn't believe that, um, but
Whether
if
it's true
you,
or not, in my opinion, doesn't really matter.
well, it should matter, right? Like, it absolutely
No,
should matter. Don't you care about what's
no. What
true?
I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, the teaching, whether Jesus was the Son of God or not, there is proof that he existed. There is proof that he did teach and stuff like that. There is records of him in the
Yeah, there is records of
Roman
a
documents.
religious guy named Jesus.
Yes,
From what I
but what
understand,
he
I don't
taught is what
dispute
I
that.
really think is the really thing I really take away from it all. Whether he
That's
was the real
fair.
Messiah or not won't matter to me. He will always be this guy who
Who you
taught
look up
everybody
to,
be nice.
regardless of whether or not he was actually the son of God, you look up to him, and I think that's fair.
Yes,
I think that's like
I
also
looked up
like
to
a
a lot of
very
people, even though they weren't really up to the standard that most people were. He was a guy that lived. Jesus, Hosea, or
what
yeah, Hosea. I believe that's what like his Hebrew name was.
yeah,
Yeah, his like he did a lot. He taught a lot. He inspired
right.
literally. He inspired so many good people out there to do good. And
Right.
honestly, whether he's the Messiah or not,
No, I
I don't
agree. He
care.
is a
It's just
he is a figurehead for good. I genuinely do agree with that. What denomination are you by any chance? Because this seems like a very
I'm non-denominal. I'm non-denominal.
okay.
I
I
just
would
believe that
definitely
there is God
look
and Jesus.
into because I used to be a Lutheran. I would definitely look into that. Look into Lutheran Christianity. I'm personally going to be, even though I stopped being a Lutheran, even though I'm an agnostic atheist now, I would say out of all
Mhm.
the different types of Christianity, it's like the most chill one. It's, it's just
Really,
kind of chill.
over
Yeah,
Southern
what you
Baptist.
described is very in line with Lutheran Christianity, and the reason is because you're describing it as like, it's basically just like, yeah, it's like Jesus just really loves you. Jesus loves everyone, and it's about being kind and following in the footsteps of Jesus. And I fuck with that shit heavily.
I think Southern Baptists are more chill than Lutherans, in my opinion.
I'm not too
Reason
familiar with
being,
them.
I grew up with Southern Baptists, so they basically do that. They do believe in that, but they also believe that you should help out your neighbor, whoever that may be. Your neighbor, as in
Lutherans-
somebody who.
Lutherans believe that too.
Yeah. I think all Christians there should not be a denomination of Christians. It's just to be, we follow Jesus' teaching. We do what we do. We follow the word of God. However it may fit into the piece of our life today. AKA do good. Just be a good person. I've said
Yes.
this to people.
This is in line. This is very much
Jesus
so
was a
in line
man
with
that-
Lutheran teachings. This is in line with Lutheran teachings, by the way. Because like because Lutherans are extremely accepting. Like they are the most chill people. You know, even if I don't believe,
I just remembered something
in Christianity,
Sorry.
I will always say, like, out of all the Christians,
Okay.
I have the best experience with Lutherans.
I will say denote this: Southern Baptists can be a little pretentious, not because of you're an outsider from the church, nasty. No, it's more of, you didn't come to church this week. You should just come to church anyway, just Sunday. Not really shoving you out because you didn't want to be, because you were like outside of the church population, but because you didn't come on Sunday or didn't participate in the activity. It's more for a lot of Southern Baptists, I'm going to be honest, it's more of you just attending than actually like participating. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That's why my family kept moving churches, is because they.
It's because what? You cut out. Hello?
Sorry,
You there?
my headphone. Hello.
Yeah, there we go. Now I can hear you again. I don't know what that was.
Okay, so sorry, my headphones are like $2 headphones from
You're good. You're
dollar
good.
store, and my cat keeps fucking eating them. So, ugh.
No, that's okay.
But like, in my personal opinion, either whether Jesus was the Messiah or not, fucking doesn't matter to me. Just do what he says.
That's fair. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna convince you that Christianity is false. Just question why you believe the things you do, or why you believe the things. Question. Always question why you believe the things you do.
I always question it. Yeah, I've actually been I actually questioned it for the past. I believe since I was like 17. I'm 21 now, but like ever since I was 17, 21. I always question. Huh?
I'm also 21. It doesn't seem like we have like any like heavy disagreements, other than like obviously, you know, you have obviously you've arrived at different conclusions than me, but it seems like a lot of the conclusions, and I'm not saying this to be mean, are not the most well thought out in terms of the reasoning, so I don't really have that much to discuss with you. So I'm gonna disconnect.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna fabricate an argument.
No, don't
right,
fabricate
ready?
an argument. I want to argue with like what people actually believe.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be silly. Sorry, but yeah, no, it was wonderful meeting you.
All right.
I want to ask
it was
something
good
really weird.
Okay.
I want to ask something really weird though. Can I add you as a friend on Discord?
I already have almost 1,000 friends, and that's like the maximum. So feel free to DM me if you want. I mean, you share a server. Yeah. I accept DMs, and yeah, have a good one.
All right, I'll DM you.
All right. Anyways, I feel like that wasn't really much of a debate. Chat, if you want to debate me, join the Discord. I'm gonna start, arguing with randos in chat. Okay, if you say some dumb shit, I'm gonna tell you to get in the waiting room. Okay, we're not really getting any like, for whatever reason, we're not getting people calling in right now. It's really annoying. Oh, wait, why is there multiple people named? Okay, we're gonna go to James. Hello, James. You're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
James, are you there? Hello, what would you like to talk about?
I mean, I just joined because it said anyone can talk. So what is this debate actually about?
Whatever you disagree with me on.
What are your views?
Let's see. I'm pro-choice, pro-trans, pro-LGBT. I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm a market socialist. Any of those
Damn,
sound interesting?
I don't think we disagree on much. But I'm more of a moralist atheist.
Okay.
That's my thing, because I believe in that. Even if some kind of supernatural creation has happened, it doesn't care enough for humans to make them immortal or even make them surpass their biological uh, existence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, I'm kind of like, again, I'm an agnostic atheist. I believe that there could be a god, but if there is, it's not one that's been accurately depicted by humans. At least not in terms of I outright deny the validity of any Abrahamic religion, for instance. I don't really think we disagree.
Like I
So
think if we actually removed early indoctrination and actually told someone their religion from a non-indoctrination point of view, they will just laugh. Like, you mean God created humanity and it always throws it in hell, but you can go to heaven if you do these things, but not. It's like 50-50 if God wants you to go to heaven or not. It's just laughable
yeah,
stuff that people.
I don't think we disagree. So I'm gonna move you back to the waiting room. If
I
I
hopefully
want to
we can
I want
have
to
some
talk to people
debates.
I disagree with, because I don't think we disagree
Yeah,
meaningfully. All right, have a good
yeah.
one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a nice day. We're gonna move on to this Joe. Joe, you're on the air. Congratulations. What do you want to talk
Yeah,
about?
hey, I'm the guy from earlier, but I've thought of something.
Okay. What have you thought
Right.
of?
So you say you're a market socialist? I'm also a
Yes.
socialist, but I'm not a market socialist. So I've
Okay.
thought back and forth about free markets. And I see like the benefits definitely, but also I think there's a tendency to go towards monopoly or oligopoly.
Correct. Well, there's
So
no
how
reason
do
I'm not in
you
favor of a free
address
market.
that?
Yeah, so I believe if it was the case that there was some form of collective ownership, right? So that's going to be, collective ownership from, the workers. So like we could say, for instance, it could be 70% owned by the workers, 30% by the consumers. It doesn't have to be those percentages. I'm just spitballing, right? Then it's going to be the case that corporations are incentivized to act within the best interest of the people, right? Do you disagree with that? I would
No,
assume
no,
your
that
answer
sounds
is
good.
yeah, of course. Okay. But I also believe that you can retain markets while doing this.
Yeah.
So what would your argument be against retaining markets while doing this?
I don't know. You kind of got with it. I like your perspective of the consumers owning a bit of it, because my perspective
Correct.
was that the workers just own it, but the consumers as well. It gives them a voice.
Correct. Because it could be the case that the interests of the workers aren't necessarily always going to be in line with the consumers. I mean, yes, they're going to be consumers.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah.
say, for instance, they're like, well, we're going to collectively agree to charge more so that we can all get more money, right? So that's why the consumers would also need to have some sort of say. Again, like 70-30, I think it would be like a fine ratio. I'd also be willing to like make an exception for like small businesses where maybe they don't necessarily have to be worker cooperatives or collectively owned, right? If we're talking about like a fucking mom and pop shop or something like
Yeah.
that, I wouldn't
There has
necessarily
to be a
apply the same
threshold where
standard.
you give more power to the workers, kind of thing.
Correct. Because that would also incentivize, small businesses, to, it would benefit small businesses and people, and I think that would be, a net positive.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, I don't have much to disagree with you on.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you've made a very good argument there.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on.
Right. See you.
Have a good one. Have a good one. Hello, Joe. Other Joe. We've got another Joe. You're on the air.
Hello.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I guess I'll come at this from an anti-religion point of view, I guess.
Okay.
My position is that I'm fine with every other religion, but if I had political power, I'd discriminate against Christians outwardly.
Okay. Why exclusively Christians? Because I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to
What
anti-religion, but
good have they done for this country compared? People, I don't know. People make the comparison that Muslims, they do terrorism, which is not true proportionality. Proportionally, it's just they just say that, just
correct.
Islamophobia. Hindus, they don't, they're not causing problems. The Buddhists, Jews, no one else has caused problems in this country. No one else has perpetrated genocide in this country but Christians.
Fair.
Although that's historical, it doesn't, have as much weight in the modern day. But the
Correct.
political influence that these people wield is concerning. I went to a Christian Catholic school up until like elementary, and they
Mhm.
they taught us things that the world was 6,000 years old.
Yeah,
Taught us
I mean, I would just
evolution wasn't
say,
a thing before I even knew what evolution was. I don't know, just weird Christian teachings, and in public, not public education, but in the sphere of education, that kind of sets up the country for failure if you've got religious zealots teaching children
no, I agree
propaganda
with that.
without any overseeing authority figure.
I mean, I guess my question to you would be, what policy positions would you propose?
Tax the churches. I mean,
Okay,
I
I
may
agree with
maybe I
that.
made it seem a bit extreme by discrimination, but
Yeah, because
I
like
don't know.
obviously,
It'd
like
probably
I'm not
just
gonna be in
be
favor.
ripping away the political power from Christian entities and lobbying
Yeah,
groups.
I would extend that to all religious entities. By the way, I think that all whether it's a church, a mosque,
I
whatever
think
the
that's
fuck.
also part of my argument. I don't think any other religion in this country has any significant power except
Correct.
WASPs, white American Protestants.
Fair. Yeah, I would just be in favor of
Although I am anti-Catholic, I think they're strange.
do you disagree with me on anything, or
Maybe
what do you disagree with
I
me on?
could argue about market socialism, but I haven't thought about that position, so it'd be rather pointless. I feel like the commodity system as a whole is a problem, and it's going to lead the world to environmental collapse inevitably.
Maybe.
And I don't think socialism would be able to prevent that.
We'll see. Well, I mean, to be fair, socialism would be
I'll just clarify, I'm a
preferable to
socialist
capitalism.
too, but I've gone to the point of like nihilism. I feel like socialism is rather performative in like 95% of people's cases. They never do any organizing outside of, I don't know. I'm involved with a socialist organization on my campus. We have like 25 members active. Only 2 ever show up to actively going to mutual aid fairs or strikes or helping to feed people. So it's rather disencouraging, demoralizing, I
Doesn't
guess
really
you could
seem
say.
like we. It doesn't really seem like we disagree on anything. So, I'm
Yeah.
gonna move on. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll read the dono that I've gotten. And yeah. Well, thank you for coming on. If you think of anything that you want to debate me on, feel free to call back in. I'm hoping to get some people that are like conservative. Where are all the MAGA people? Why are none of the MAGites fucking calling in? What the fuck is
Yeah,
this shit?
I don't think I'll have anything to debate you on. We agree on pretty much most things. It's nice
All
talking
right,
to you
have
though.
a good one. All right, good. Hey, thank you, Alex Green for the 5, saying this is starting to turn into guys that just want to talk to you, Lamau. I'm hoping you can find a good debate out here. Yeah, me too. Me too. Hello, Emma. You're on the air.
Hey,
What do
is
you
it
want to talk
okay if I'm
about?
about capitalism?
Yeah, sure.
Why do you like? Why don't you accept capitalism as the best system?
Because of the harm that it causes, because of the fact that we have a working class that is exploited by wealthy elites due to the fact that, they have a disproportionate amount of power. The wealth disparity between the rich and the poor is continually increasing.
Okay, I agree with that, but like, I don't think it's exploitation. Like, workers are paid an amount that they agree on.
Wait, do you think
Like-
that Amazon workers are paid fairly and treated fairly?
I don't know the situation in the US. I'm from Europe, but like, they accept the contract.
Wait, do you think that contracts are never exploitative?
I don't think a contract is exploitative, but because by nature you accept the contract. You can't.
Yeah, but contracts
can't-
can be exploitative. You know that, right? Like contracts are malicious in many cases. There's also going to be instances in which you don't really have a choice. It's either, okay, you accept this horrible contract to work, or you starve and die. You're not given much of a choice, right? If it's the case that a bunch of corporations are all, unanimously agreeing, hey, let's just, fuck over the workers, let's have horrible working conditions and pay them jack fucking shit, that's a thing that they can do and get away with, and the workers can't do anything because it's like, what are they going to do? Not have a job and starve? Right? So they need a job to survive. And if it's the case that all the jobs are exploitative, what are they meant to do in that situation? They don't really have any power there.
They should just try to seek another job or like create corporation by themselves.
Yes, because everyone is just able to create their own corporation. You do realize in 2025, you can't just make a successful corporation out of thin air, right? You know that. That's not like a thing that people do. If people could do it, if everyone could do that, you would see that everyone would be a business owner. There's a reason that not everyone is a business owner.
Okay, but you agree that workers should own the means of production?
Yes.
Okay, then what would be the problem? Like, someone would have to create those means of productions at a moment of another.
But yeah, but you do realize that, say for instance, Jeff Bezos, his company wouldn't be shit with the people that work for it, right? Like, he wouldn't have anything. It fundamentally relies upon the exploitation of workers.
Yes and no. Workers are just a tool that's used to create things or services. But like,
yes,
tool, like capital.
To the detriment of the working class.
Yeah, sure. But
okay, so if you agree that it's to the detriment of the working class, wait. If you agree it's to the detriment of the working class, then you would necessarily agree that it's a bad thing, correct?
No.
No, it's okay that it's a detriment to the working class, even though that's, most people.
It can be.
I actually want to live in a society where things are worse for the average person. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
That's not what I say, but
right, but it's the logical conclusion. You're saying, well, it's actually okay despite the fact that it's, a net negative to the working class.
It's a net negative, but it's the most moral thing we can do. Like, stealing people jobs isn't.
Well, no, if it was the case that, say, for instance, workers actually had a say and they were able to elect their CEOs and the people in charge of them and, the giant power structure that is a corporation, then, yeah, they actually wouldn't be exploited as much because there would be an incentive structure for those at the top to not exploit them.
So you're okay with exploitation, but you just want them to choose their master, basically.
What? No, I'm saying it would reduce exploitation. I'm not saying the system would be perfect. I'm just saying that it would decrease exploitation. So for the same reasons that despite the fact that democracy isn't perfect, just like in a broader sense, right? It's still preferable to authoritarianism. Similarly, democracy in the workplace is preferable to non-democracy, to authoritarianism, right? So it's not going to be perfect. It doesn't mean that there would never be any exploitation ever. It just means that the amount that there would be significantly decreased, which would be an overall net positive.
We do agree on democracy. It's better than authoritarianism, sorry. But I don't think it's like a good thing in a workplace because people like someone owns the workplace, the person created it, and even if this person need workers, the person pays them.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're being paid a fair wage or that they're being treated well. It's like, yeah, just because you create the workplace doesn't automatically justify exploiting workers and fucking them over. I mean, right? Like, would you agree that like you would agree that monopolies are bad, correct?
Yes, monopolies are bad, 100%.
Wait, why are they bad? They created them, so therefore it's justified how they operate them, correct? Or do you disagree with that?
Yes and no. I disagree partly. The problem with monopoly, in my opinion, is just that there is no concurrence. I don't know if we can say concurrence in English.
I'm not sure what that means. Are you trying to say competition or
competition? Yeah, that's the word.
The problem is that there's no competition. Why is that a problem?
Because if there is no competition, they're not like forced to innovate and to like be fair. Actually, yeah. In case of monopoly, they don't have to be fair to the workers. They can fuck workers like quite easy.
Right, and you would agree that it's bad that they fuck over the workers. Now, what if I told you that what we have currently is a bunch of borderline monopolies that fuck over the workers and don't actually do anything to, prevent it? I mean, we don't have a system that prevents that. What if I told you that that was the case? How would you react to that?
If those are monopolies in the US, I think you're in the US, right?
Correct.
Okay. If those are monopolies, I think the state should try to reduce them,
Mhm.
forbid them from buying other companies, for example.
Yeah. Do you think that if there was more competition, that would necessarily mean that that workers would be treated fairly? Because my argument is simply to say that regardless of how large a corporation is, like unless it's like a mom and pop shop, I do think that there needs to be some sort of check, some sort of checks and balances that prevent them from having too much power. That's the issue I have, is Amazon has too much power, right?
I can agree with that about the US, but not in Europe. Like in
Yeah, I'm
Europe,
not
you have
sure.
a lot of laws about that. You can fire
Yeah.
someone at will, for example.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with what it's like in Europe. I think that what they do in the Nordic countries is a lot better. I prefer their mixed economy sort of system. It seems to be the case that it's effective, it works. I'd be willing to go further than that. I'd be willing to, just outright have additional democracy, just because I fundamentally am in favor of people having the most amount of say over their own lives. I'm in favor of autonomy. And in order to maximize people's autonomy on average, the best thing you can do is have them have a say in who has a say over them, right?
I mean, if you're okay with people having their own life and controlling it, you should be anti-taxation. Yeah.
No, the reason I'm not anti-taxation is because I believe that those that are more wealthy ought to be taxed. And I would argue that the amount of taxes for billionaires need to be increased, because what the fuck do they need all that money for, right? There are people that are starving, right? And it's obviously going to be preferable if that wealth gets redistributed, right? We already have a massive wealth disparity, and we should do everything in our power to sort of equalize that. Why? Because wealth equals power. And what you end up with this massive generational wealth gap, where certain families, on the basis of just, what family are you born into, ultimately determines how much power you have in society. And that's not the way it should be.
For billionaires, we can agree that some kind of taxation can be okay. But if imagine someone create a businesses from zero, they create everything in it, and they find ways to hire workers that they don't exploit or don't. I mean, in the Marxist theory, you cannot hire someone and not exploit it by definition.
Yeah, but if it's the case that they do a good job running the company in a way that is beneficial to the workers, then it's going to be the case that the workers will continue to elect whoever's in power to be in power still, because they're doing a good job, right? So if it's the case that they're doing a good job at holding that position of power, they're treating their workers fairly, they're getting paid fairly, they have good working conditions, then they would have no incentive to elect somebody else to be in that position of power, right? But if they abuse that power, then the workers have a right, or at least I believe that they ought to have a right, to remove that power and give it to somebody that is more deserving, right?
You forget something. They could also try to remove someone from its position for other reason that how they're treated, because they're Jew, because they're trans, for example, or things like this. Discrimination would still be a fact.
I'm generally of the belief that if it was the case that people had good working conditions, I don't think that they, on average, would want to remove somebody for being, Jewish or transgender or anything like that. I think that people are going to be more self-interested than anything. For instance, if it's the case that, I don't know, let's say I have a job, right? And let's say it's a worker cooperative. I work for a worker cooperative, and the person that I could vote out or help vote out is someone that's like, I don't know, they're like conservative, or maybe they're kind of transphobic in their personal life. But if they're not transphobic to me personally, if they don't treat me like shit, if I'm treated fairly, right, and they do a good job at, despite their own personal beliefs, treating everyone fairly, I wouldn't vote them out just because, I want my job to continue to be good, right? And I think that most people would be of a similar mindset. If their needs are being met and they're satisfied and they're happy, they're not going to have a reason to, engage in this dumb culture war bullshit, right? You do realize that all of this culture war nonsense is manufactured by people in power, right? You know
we
that.
do agree. We do agree on that. Like even in Europe, it's coming like slowly. We've like 5 years, like we're 5 years behind the US. But yeah, culture war is coming too. And the person that push it actually are billionaires, like you said, that like own like the medias or things like this. We have a man, I think that's Pierre Rostera. Wait, I can find his name. That have created kind of company, but that doesn't give him money. That just try to push the Christian narrative on Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, again, I mean, I don't know. Sorry. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm getting like, sorry, I just spaced for a second. Oh God.
Don't worry.
Sorry about that. I don't know, that just happens occasionally. What were we saying? I'm sorry.
I was saying we do agree on like billionaires pushing culture wars and things like this.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just in favor of what I like to call super democracy. Just people having more of a say. So for the same reasons that I'm in favor of people being able to vote for other positions of power, whether it be at a federal government level or a state government level or a local government level. I would just apply this logic to corporations, and I just haven't heard a good argument against that. About why that specifically wouldn't work, when it seems to be the case that democracy in every other area is preferable when it comes to keeping power structures in check, essentially.
Okay, so you're not a centralist then?
What would you mean centrist, or is
no,
it
a
centralist?
You don't want centralization of powers.
Correct.
Okay, we also agree on that.
Yeah,
but,
I believe that the role of the federal government ought to be to protect people's freedom, right? So, for instance, it's going to be the case that, say, for instance, with abortion, the rights of the people to get abortions ought to supersede the right of the state to outlaw it. So as the federal government, the job ought to be to tell the state government, no, you are not going to infringe upon people's right.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm a libertarian,
Yes.
so yeah.
And I would also, extend this to, corporations. I believe that the federal government has a duty to say, hey, these people's rights are being violated by corporate power, and therefore we are going to do X, Y, or Z to restrict corporate power or to give power back to the people, right?
I'm okay with like some level of regulation, like, yeah, and not owning slave, for example, is okay. I do understand why companies shouldn't own slaves, but like for
But
workers,
I mean, aren't we slaves to the system?
Ultimately, if you have a state, you're a slave of the state. By definition, if you live in it, you have to obey it.
Not to the same degree, right? Like if you're slaving it away at like a terrible 9-to-5 job that you hate, then like that's gonna be, well, in a way, you're more of a slave in that sense. You're more of a slave to the greedy corporation than you are to the state. What is the state making you do? Right?
The state is forcing you to follow regulation and like to not infringe on law.
Yeah, but that's going to be like saying what you can't do rather than what you have to do. These are not the same thing necessarily, right? So for instance, if the state says you can't murder people, The reason for that is because you are infringing upon somebody else's right to life. So ultimately, the state ought to operate as a means or a mechanism through which people's rights on a broad scale are maximized.
I'm okay with that. Like, yeah, okay, that's the role of the state. But what if there was like no state or a really reduced state, like minarchism?
Then people would have less rights because at the end of the day, say for instance, if murder became legal, that would remove people's right to life, right? So there would actually be less rights, right? Because the right to stay alive and not get killed ought to supersede the right to murder people, correct?
I'm correct.
So
Yeah.
the right to so whether the right to violate another person's right should not be a right in of itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do agree with that. But like taxation is an infringement of right then.
No. It's not. How what right is it infringing upon?
Okay, a private property. Like
Private
theft?
property. And who benefits from a lack of taxation if not the wealthy elite?
I don't agree with not taxing the elites if you tax everyone. Like it should be fair to everyone.
Yeah, I agree. So obviously the goal of taxation is to account for the fact that there is a huge wealth inequality and therefore a huge, disparity in power because wealth equals power, correct? So if, say, for instance, we increase taxes on the rich, right, meaning that money benefits poor people, right, disproportionately it benefits poor people, then you are maximizing poor people's right to life. Their ability to put food on the table, for instance. They have a right to life, right? Which supersedes Jeff Bezos's right to buy his 37th yacht, right?
I agree that everyone have a right to live, like 100%. But like, okay, work. Okay, no, other method. Theft. Theft is basically the transfer of wealth that's not consented.
I don't think that theft is intrinsically bad. So, for instance, if there is a homeless man that needs to put food on the table so that his kids don't die, and so that his, I would argue that if he were to steal from a large corporation in order to feed his family, he is doing a morally good thing, right? Because he has a right to life.
Okay, then I understand why you're pro taxation then.
Correct. Now,
But
I'm
you
not of
do
the
like-
belief that taxation is theft in the first place. I would argue that taxation without representation is theft. But that's not what taxation necessarily is. So, again, I'm in favor of taxation with representation, obviously. And I'm also going to be in favor of, say, for instance, a poor person who is starving, stealing from a rich person, because they are going to have way more utility gained from, say, $100 than Jeff Bezos, for instance. So if, say, for instance, a homeless man steals $100 from Jeff Bezos, that's not going to put a dent in Jeff Bezos's wallet. What it will do is it will allow, the poor person to eat for, a few weeks, right? So that's a net positive.
Yeah, sure. That will disproportionately, affect them like positively.
Correct.
But
And that's why it would be a moral good.
But that's where we disagree. I still don't think it would be morally good. Like,
Why?
if you kill someone that's gonna kill two people, is it good?
Yes, absolutely. If it's the case that you know for a fact that they are going to kill two innocent people, then yes.
Okay, so you're basically utilitarian.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I understand your position then.
Yeah. I don't know where you would disagree with me on that. I don't know why you would disagree with that. Like, obviously, yeah, the murderer who is about to murder two innocent people, yeah, it is preferable to murder them than to allow for them to murder the two innocent people. Because the two innocent people are A, going to be preferable to have in society than the murderer, and B, their right to life as, sentient creatures with qualitative subjective experiences is, about to be violated, and you are preventing that violation.
okay, but with that argument, like you should be okay with eugenicism then.
With what?
Eugenicism, selecting people that have better genetic characteristic, for example.
Oh, you're saying eugenics. No, I'm not in
eugenics.
favor of eugenics. It doesn't seem to be utility maximizing. It just seems to be just like a poorly disguised veil for racism is what eugenics ultimately is.
As we are both trans, I'm gonna use that as an example. Okay, would you agree that having a life without gender dysphoria is better than a life with gender dysphoria?
Well, no, obviously, yeah, not having gender dysphoria is preferable, but it's also going to be the case that, if you are trans, it doesn't, and let's say you have like biological children before you medically transition, that child isn't on that basis more likely to be trans. There's no trans gene. So how would you even select for that?
There is not a unique trans gene. We agree on that.
Correct.
But the medical research seems to point that there is biological things that play a role.
But that has to do.
gender
Yes, but that has to do with hormone washing that occurs within the womb. That's not the same thing. So, like, let's say it's the case that the hormone washing that occurs within my mother's womb makes me more predisposed towards being transgender. Okay, fair. That doesn't mean that suddenly I'm like, let's say, before I transition, let's say I get somebody pregnant, that child isn't more likely to be predisposed to be transgender. Now, it could be the case that, if they are transgender, they're more likely to be comfortable coming out because, their own parent is trans, but they're not more likely to be trans. Does that make sense?
Okay.
There's no evidence
sure.
to suggest that that would be the case.
Sure, but would you agree that if we see that someone have the hormone wash in the womb, we should maybe abort it?
If what is in the womb?
If there is the hormone washing that make people trans, big quotation around that.
Well, no, I don't think that they should be legally required to abort it. I think that the solution is to make trans people more accepted in society, right? Like if it's the only reason that trans people are so miserable is because we're not given, access to necessary medical care in many cases. It's because we're not fully accepted in society. But the solution to that isn't to, do eugenics against trans people, right? Also, there's no way to tell ahead of time, like if somebody is or isn't trans.
Yeah,
you're not going to know that ahead of time. You're not going to know, you're not going to be able to know ahead of time. It's not something that you can just magically predict.
You cannot predict it 100% of time, but you can predict that there is a risk that the person may be trans.
Yeah, but I don't think that would be a valid reason for the state to say, we are going to terminate this pregnancy whether you like it or not. Right? That would just be an infringement upon the right of the person that would be carrying the child, right?
I do agree with that. The state shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that would be a violation of bodily autonomy. So obviously that would be wrong.
Yeah, but morally you should agree that aborting the child is the best thing, even if it's like
there's no reason to believe that their existence would be a net negative to the world and to themselves, right? There's no reason to believe that.
But that's how to say that. Basically, a life with gender dysphoria causes more harm to the person than a life without it.
Yeah, and relatively speaking, yes, but it's also going to be the case that it is reasonable that there are going to be quite a few trans people that have net positive lives. Not to mention the fact that net positive doesn't just refer to the person that is trans, but to the people around them, to society at large. I would argue that even if it's the case that someone's more predisposed to having negative experiences, it could also be the case that they are still a net positive to society at large. And again, that's just what they would be predisposed to.
No. Being trans doesn't make someone miserable, but if you have one chance out of 2 to suffer from gender dysphoria or from any mental illness. I'm not saying dysphoria is a mental illness though. Like schizophrenia. If we could be okay. The sentence is fucked up. Okay. If we should we abort schizophrenic children?
Again, I think that should just be up to the person that is pregnant.
So it would be more important for you to like give the possibility to abort it, but not force it.
Correct. But I mean, I would be in favor of bodily autonomy regardless. I think that, you know, someone that's pregnant should be able to get an abortion for any reason.
Yeah, we agree on that. Like, there's
Yeah.
no problem with abortion. It's
Yeah, I don't
quite a
think
good
that the
thing.
state I don't think that the state should be able to step in and say you will get an abortion whether you like it or not. Right? Because that's not freedom
Yeah.
maximizing. Right. So
Yeah,
I would
do agree on
argue that, and I would argue that a freedom maximizing society is going to be the one that's the most preferable to live in, correct? You agree with
Yeah.
that, I would assume? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously that would be why I'm against eugenics, is because eugenics is not a freedom maximizing society.
Yeah, but a freedom maximizing society would quite literally like be no state.
No, that's not what that means, because the state protects people's rights.
Sure, but you can have like
So
a
it's going to be
minimal
the case that an
state.
individual person can violate the rights of another individual person, such as, their right to not get fucking murdered on the street, right? I have a right
Yeah.
to walk down the street and not get brutally murdered, right? And if there was no state to protect me from that, then I would lose that right. And therefore that would be a net negative.
Sure, but like you could have a minimalist state that just take care of protecting people's rights, like a
Right?
police state, I guess.
No,
But
no, I
that
would not want a police state.
No, not like combine L52 shit, but like a state that only serve as a legal force to stop people
I mean, that's
to
what
from
a state
infringing.
is. Yeah, that's what a state is. But that would also, apply to, preventing corporations from infringing upon people's rights, and to prevent smaller governments, right, from doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I
except-
really need to pee. So I'm gonna remove you, and then I'm gonna move on to the next person. I really, really gotta pee. So, thank you for
Okay,
coming
no
on.
problem. Goodbye.
And yeah, have a good one. All right, I gotta pee. I'm gonna be right back, chat. Very sorry, and then we'll do more debates. Okay, we'll do more. All right, chat, we're back. We're back, everyone. All right, we're gonna move on to the next person. Okay. What do we do? Let's see. I will do Pargantuan Genus. That's a funny name. I'll do them. Hello. You're on the air. Welcome. What do you want to talk about?
Yo,
Hello? What's up? What would you like to talk about?
honestly, I saw the what is it called? Like title or description of your
Mhm.
stream, and it
Mhm.
said on far left, debate me. I'm curious. What does that mean to you? When you say you're far left, what does that mean to you?
So the only reason I really call myself far left is just because I'm anti-capitalist, but I also am open to debating people on other stuff. In fact, that's usually what I debate people on. I just like
Capitalism?
to be as No, what I'm saying, I usually debate people on the other stuff, which are, I guess, my more just like general, like progressive slash liberal positions. I just think that the title is, kind of inflammatory, so that's why I use it.
Yeah, that's smart. It grabs
Yeah.
people into the show. I mean, it got my ass, so
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. So what do you want to talk about?
yeah. So, I mean, I would consider myself somewhat pretty conservative, but
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not like I don't know. There's there's a lot of energy in the media nowadays and within the general population of our country. It's kind of like, oh, you're left, I'm right, we're enemies. I find that
Do you
very,
support do you support trans rights?
yeah,
Good. Awesome. Okay. Okay.
yeah. I mean, like, I mean, I think trans people should have the same rights that I do. I don't believe in like special privileges. You know what I mean?
What would special privileges be?
I don't know, any right that like a normal, just non-trans person might not have. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have
Such
anything specific.
as
I just think that everyone
Okay.
should have equal rights. You know
So
what I
you
mean?
would agree that like trans people aren't given special rights or anything like that. You don't think that
Not off the top of my head that I can think of, to be honest with you.
fair. Okay. So
But
it seems
yeah,
like we
you
would
said some of your other views that you like to debate about. Maybe there is something we disagree on that we can have a good conversation about. What's kind of like a good hot button topic? Then maybe something you like to talk about.
sometimes I like to talk about abortion. I like to talk about I mean, well, like what are your stances? Are you a Trump supporter? Are you just like kind
I
of like
mean,
what are your stances?
so that's such a weird term, and I hate it, to be honest with you. Somebody in the chat kind of said something that I really agree with, actually, and they're like, look, this is just a dog and pony show at the end of the day. I mean, this is how the elite control the masses. They have two massive media sources, for the most part, I mean, and again, this isn't true 100% categorically. Obviously, there are more than two media outlets, but,
Facts.
there's a large population that gets their media from one very left biased source and one very right biased source. And
I don't think that's true. I think that there's more like if we're talking about like how far right or left something is. I mean, I would say that CNN is fairly close to the center. Fox News is pretty far right. It'd be one thing if like okay, you have like this like far right source like Fox News and then like CNN, the pro communist source, right? But it doesn't seem to be the case that like CNN is far left at all. So I would just have to disagree with you on that.
well, you're
Like
welcome to
I would say that
disagree.
I
But
would say that they lean left. I wouldn't disagree with that. I would say that they generally lean more to the left than, but I wouldn't say that they're leftist or far left. I think that would be kind of ridiculous to claim that.
well, I might put the argument to you that, someone who you may consider to be on the right, I mean, someone who may consider themselves to be on the right may disagree with that. I think that's a little subjective, kind of. I don't see much value or merit in debating whether a news source is or is not extreme in their bias or not, but I would say that both parties' political views have their own biases and they have their own media outlets through which they peddle those ideologies to the general
Sure.
population. So I think it's all nonsense. I don't
Okay.
really listen to news per se.
Okay.
But we were getting on something good before we got off on this news tangent, something that I actually wanted to talk about. What were we just talking about?
I don't remember. What did you want to talk to me about? Abortion? Do you want to talk about Trump? Like what do you want to talk about? Like what would you disagree with me on?
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. So you asked me, like, do you consider yourself like a Trump supporter? Like that's a really tough, like, weird thing to ask, because at the end of the day, again, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't put my faith or my trust in absolutely any single politician. I think that's ridiculously foolish.
Yeah.
They're only interested in their own private interests.
Yeah. So what
So,
do you
I
disagree
mean,
with me on?
I
That's what I'm
mean,
trying
I
to get
just
at.
I viewed Trump as the lesser of two evils. I mean, I thought that it was a shit show regardless. To be frank
Okay.
with you, I just viewed it as the lesser of two evils and something that aligned more with my values.
Why is he the lesser of two evils?
Um, I would say primarily just through some of the examples that I've seen through the dichotomy of their presidencies. So, you know, through Trump's presidencies, I mean, yeah, well, I'll start with this presidency. You know, there's there's plenty of things that Trump has done that I question or go, that's odd.
I
Or
would certain I think it's worse than just, questioning and think it gets odd. I think it's like, okay, so he's constantly, like just like openly and blatantly violating the Constitution, deporting people without due process. He's in favor of that. He's been the reason for that, with like all the ICE raids and whatnot as well. Just not giving a shit about due process.
So that's a fun
Constantly
one,
skirting the
actually.
law.
That's actually a really good conversational point. I actually really like that conversational point. So that might be a fun one to talk about.
Okay.
And that's going to be due process. Because personally, I my personal belief is, and again, that's why they call it a belief, right? Is if you're not here legally, you have no rights. You're not an American citizen. You have
No,
human
you
rights.
still have a right to due process, because if it's the case, because obviously you would need to go through due process to determine if they're even here legally in the first place. So if it's the case, and that's why there have been instances in which people that are here legally have been deported, is because, well, they didn't get due process because they just didn't give a fuck, right?
Like
They're doing
who?
it the wrong way. So even if it's the case that you're in favor of deporting illegals, which is a discussion in and of itself that we could have, at the very least, you should be in favor of doing it the right way.
Sure.
I mean, if you
Who's
just
been
compare,
deported that was an American citizen? Do you have any examples of that?
I would have to look, but I think I watched a news clip about that. I don't remember.
Because that's definitely something. Frankly, I mean, look, I'm the kind of guy. My closest friend in the world, seriously, my best friend of 15 years. I mean, him and I are complete polar opposites politically. He's pretty left, I'm pretty right, but we always manage to have good conversations, and I feel like him and I always kind of take something positive away from it, which is good. I mean, I feel like that's what these kinds of discussions should be. So I don't know. I find it the whole ideology that the two sides have to hate each other, like rip each other's throats out, or I find that pretty ridiculous, to be frank. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the illegal immigrants, I think yeah, I'd really be interested to see, because so far, and again, this is just from my own independent research, and I don't really trust the media. So, I kind of
Neither
take a
do
lot of
I,
these
but
stories with a grain of salt. But from
well,
my
yeah,
own independent research that I did do online from certain cases, and I could probably pull up an example of this, but when I did do the digging, I found that, okay, like, yeah, this person did have a criminal history and they were not here legally, regardless of the fact that, hey, maybe this guy wasn't necessarily, causing serious issues for the country. Maybe this was really just a normal dude that was just trying to live out a better
well,
life
yeah.
in the United
Well, yeah,
States.
and the reason that people are here illegally is not because they want to be, right? That this is basically like an underclass that is exploited by corporations, right? If they had the option to be here legally, they would, right? But because of things like extremely long waiting times, which are on average 10 years, sometimes it's longer, and due to the fact that they don't really have any avenue to immigrate legally, they have no choice, and they still do benefit the economy, not as much as legal immigrants, which is why I'd be in favor of making the process of immigration easier, because ultimately it would just be beneficial to the economy just in general. But it seems to be the case that deporting people without due process, and I'm looking at this article. I'm not sure.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, honestly, whatever you can send me for information, the way that I look at this at the end of the day is this is just further education. If I can be, open to someone else's viewpoint, even if I don't necessarily agree at the end of the day or come to a different conclusion, if I can at least put myself in someone else's shoes and kind of see how they're seeing something, I always view that as a win. So if you can send
so
me anything.
I just DM'd you an analysis of the Trump administration's attack on immigration and whatnot. So I just DM'd you something. I didn't read through the
Definitely
entire
something
thing.
I'll
It just
take
looks
a
like
look into.
yeah, and like I'm not saying you have to agree with everything that it says, but definitely look into it and see, okay, what is this saying? Like, how much merit does this have? Just like
Yeah.
analyze this in your own time. I might go through this on stream.
Yeah.
I haven't read this specific article,
Sure.
but it seems to be the case that like if you're looking for examples or instances or ways in which this is sort of gotten out of control, I would definitely recommend reading this because it's going to do a much better job than me.
Yeah, I'll definitely
and
check it
for
out.
anyone that's interested, I will also link it in chat. There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that if I do hop on the stream again at some point, if I ever I don't know how often you do. This is the first time I've ever seen your channel.
Mhm.
So if this is something that you do pretty regularly, it may be something in the future where after I've read up a little bit more on the subject and done a little bit more research on it, where I debate a little bit more on it. But as of right now, honestly, I just I don't want to go in there not knowing all the facts. You know what I mean? And because at the end of the day, here is something that I do know. And look, actually, I want to touch on this because you brought this point up, and you said that you wanted to make immigration easier, and maybe do something about the wait lists. I agree, but I disagree. So I think maybe reducing time on the wait lists isn't a bad idea. And I mean, look, I'm shooting straight from the hip. I'm white, if my voice didn't kind of give that away. But I grew up in a very, very, very Hispanic community, which, growing up, I loved because I loved the food. And
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, that's just
Food's
kind of
very
how
good.
that's how I grew up. You know what I mean? That was just always who my friends were. So, I obviously at the end of the day, it's nothing against the people or anything, but I don't believe that access to a first world society is a human right. At the end of the
I
day,
disagree with you on that. I don't think why is it the case that somebody should be forced to live in a shithole third world country, for instance?
If they're
Why is
born
that?
there, they're born there, and maybe this is
Why is that
dark,
why is that the
but
morally correct position?
I don't think it's a matter of the morally correct position. I think it's a matter of the reality of the situation.
The reality of the situation is that they would obviously be a benefit to our economy and it would also benefit them. So we would all be the mutual beneficiaries of them immigrating, right?
Is situationally. There's plenty of good
Not
people and good
situationally. I'm
families.
talking about an average. Like on average, we are the mutual beneficiaries.
Well, again, that's complicated. When people
it's
immigrate
not
here legally,
complicated. It's
well,
very simple. Even
let
illegal
me
immigrants benefit the economy.
let
And
me
again, they would
explain
be
let
here
me explain
legally
my
if there was an
position at the
easier
very
avenue.
least.
Okay.
So again, I agree with you. I don't think that we should be stopping people from immigrating, and I don't think that a 10-year wait list is very reasonable, especially for
Correct.
people that are in those situations where, quite frankly, you're right, they're in horrific situations. They're just trying to seek a better opportunity for themselves and their family, and they want to be here legally, and they want to earn. And, again, growing up in the community that I did, I saw a lot of kids whose dads were incredibly hard workers. Moms took care of their families, and I mean, just good families. You know what I mean? Just good families that, I would never want to leave.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, again, I think that there's a time and place for morals, and then there's a time and place for reality. And the reality is that 7 billion people. That, I mean, maybe not 7. Let's go with 4. Again, this rough spitball. Let's say 4 billion
people are not all
people.
going to immigrate to America. Like,
Correct.
that's just not realistic.
Correct.
That's not going to happen.
Right. Of course, it's never going to. But here's where it gets even more so is that that if everyone that lived in a third world country suddenly moved to a first world country, all of those.
That's just not. That's just not the
collapse.
reality of what would happen, though.
Right.
That's just not what would happen.
Right. Of course.
So
Yeah.
it's
No,
like,
that's
so it's like
never
you're
gonna
like,
happen.
yeah,
You're
but like, what?
absolutely correct.
So like, it's like your argument against immigration is like, yeah, but like, what if this crazy thing that would never happen
No,
happened? It's
no,
like,
no,
well,
no,
yeah, that
no.
would suck.
You're
And like,
missing
yeah,
what I'm
sure.
saying.
At that point,
You're
then it would make more sense to like, okay, maybe put like a restriction there.
You're
Like
missing the point of
if it's destroying the like if it's like, oh, this is like actually like destroying the economy or whatever, then
So
like fine.
illegal
But
immigration
it's the
does
case that it's
have
not destroying.
it does have negative implications for the taxpayers in the United States.
How so?
Illegal immigrate, well, for one example is when you have local governments that are creating systems, and California is one of the governments that actually did this. They created systems for illegals to register to vote. They created systems for illegals to register for driver's license, things of that nature. And when
Okay.
an illegal citizen does not get insurance on their car and they hit you in a car accident and they flee the scene, you're fucked. And I mean, that kind of thing happens more than you think.
Hold on, wait. Why would you be fucked?
Well, if an illegal immigrant hit your car and then fled the scene, why would
Yeah.
you be screwed? Because they're not insured. If they don't have
Okay.
insurance, you're screwed.
Wait, hold on. Why is it the case that they don't have insurance?
I mean, if they're an illegal immigrant, if they are here
Mm-hmm.
illegally, they're not gonna. The chance of them
Do you believe
having
it's the do you believe
car
it's the
insurance,
case? I agree that they're probably not gonna have car insurance. But it's also gonna be the case that like you're gonna have I mean, obviously, whether or not you're screwed is also gonna depend on your own insurance. Like, okay, would your own insurance cover that?
well,
It's also gonna be the case. It's also gonna be the case that I don't think that like whether or not you're allowed to participate in society should be contingent upon whether or not you have car insurance or not.
It's
So-
not just a matter of that. It's well. Here's the thing though. Our society, a first world society, and this is most first world societies, with some exceptions in some small cities and towns. Most first world societies require a car for you to get to and from work. That's a fact
Yeah.
of first world society. So it is kind of a necessity. Secondly, cars and auto insurance are not the only way that a large population of illegal
Also, you
immigrants
do realize
can negatively
that like
country.
hitting or running is like obviously that's going to be a crime, right? So
Of
it's going to be the
course,
case that
right.
like it wouldn't be any more difficult to catch an illegal immigrant doing it than anybody else, right? Like if like
Well,
because obviously
no.
the car is going to have like a fucking license plate.
that's
If
the-
it doesn't,
well-
they're going to get pulled over, right?
Well,
and if it's the
they're
case
an
that they get
illegal
caught,
immigrant, the
if it's
license plate isn't registered to them. That's what you might be missing. So when
but
someone
you'd be able to
is
track
legal,
it down. But people would be able to track it down. And if it's the case that they get caught, you want
How
to know
do you
what
think they would
happens? They
track
get
it down?
deported. They get
How do you think
deported.
they would
So it's
track it
actually the
down?
case. It's actually the case that illegal immigrants are better drivers on average because they don't want to get caught and deported. So it's just like this this non-argument. It's
I
like,
haven't
yeah, but
seen
like
any
what if
data to show
hypothetically there
that.
was like
And again,
an
my
illegal
argument
immigrant
was
that like
never
managed to
about
get
them
away
being
with
better or
it?
worse
How would that be any
drivers.
different from a person that's here legally getting away with it? Like why would that be different to you as the victim of a hit and run?
Well, if you were the victim of a hit and run, let's say that hypothetically there happened to be a security camera that was nearby that caught the license plate. That license plate, as a legal citizen, is registered to your name, it is registered to your social security number, and they have you. Your insurance is going to pay for it. The way that insurance battles work, if you are at fault in most states, there are some states where insurance is actually not at fault. For example, Florida is not an at-fault state. So your individual insurance covers your car and the other driver's individual insurance covers their car. But for example, in Illinois, Wisconsin, a lot of states that are at-fault states, it is the other driver's insurance company that is going to be paying for your damages. So sometimes they can get screwed around. And my grandfather was in a situation like this, actually, with someone who had a very shady fly-by-night insurance agency, and it took forever to squeeze everything out of them. And I mean, it was an absolute nightmare dealing with. Now,
What does
that
that have to do
specific
with
example,
whether or not they're here legally or not?
Right. So again, you're focusing on a very, very minute point of my argument. The other points that I wanted to make was, for example, social benefits. You know, if you're an illegal immigrant and you're here and you're working under the table for cash, guess what you're not paying into? Taxes. And guess what you may still be receiving?
Do you actually believe that illegal immigrants don't pay any taxes? First
I
of all,
didn't
they're not
say
going to
that
make very
illegal
much income.
immigrants
Hold on,
didn't pay
wait.
any taxes. They
First
still
of all,
pay
they're not going to
sales
be like what
taxes when they
tax
go to the
bracket?
store.
Hold on, wait, hold on. What tax bracket do you think that immigrants, based on their income alone, would be? What do you think their tax bracket would be?
Are you asking in terms of socioeconomic status?
In terms of how many, if it was the case that they were here legally and getting that much money, how much would they be paying in taxes?
I mean, if you ask me, frankly,
Like if you
depending
are
on where they
living
live-
paycheck to paycheck, if you are living paycheck to paycheck, how much are you going to be paying in taxes?
Well, that's not true, though. That's not true. Actually,
That's
if
not
you
true?
do you know what the term remittance means? Do you know what
No,
remittances
explain
are?
it to me. No,
So
explain it to me.
remittances is money that is sent back from foreign nationals from one country to another. And what you sounds like probably don't know is that the remittance level in the United States from foreign nationals is insanely high. So the way that
Okay.
hurts the economy is they come, they earn American dollars, and they pump those American dollars into foreign economies out of our economy. So that's remittances, okay? And you can look up remittances by population, by state, all sorts of data is out there. I could even send you some data if you'd like some data on
Well, it
remittances.
seems to be the
It's
case that like
billions
if
of dollars.
okay, but based
It's
on
not-
the
it's not-
based on
it's
the
not
data,
chump
if you're going to
change.
talk about data, hold on, based on the
Billions.
data, yeah. So based on the data, it seems to be the case that illegal immigrants are beneficial to the economy. And it's also going to be the case that hold on.
Well, it doesn't though, because if they're not
Well,
not
hold on,
paying
I could send you
income
multiple sources
taxes
on
or
the-
federal income taxes, and they're sending remittances out of the country,
Yeah.
and they're taking advantage of social programs without
I'm gonna
paying into those
send
social
you-
programs at the expense of the tax.
That's wonderful.
How
But
does
if you
that
if
make
you
any
actually look
sense?
at the
How does that
statistics
benefit
though,
me as the
yeah, but if
taxpayer?
you actually do like an ounce of research, you can literally just Google, do
This is
illegal
a lot of
immigrants benefit the economy? You can
Okay,
just
well,
Google,
a quick Google
do
search
illegal
does
immigrants
not
benefit the
deflect
economy?
all the
The
points that I just
unanimous
made to you.
answer is yes. The unanimous answer is yes,
From
they do
who?
benefit the economy.
From who?
I will
From- you
send
have to
multiple
consider the
sources
source.
in the chat.
You have to consider the source, though. That's the question. Who's selling you this ideology? Who is
Well,
selling you this ideology?
I'm sorry, are the
Here's-
numbers ideological? Are
The-
statisticians
The numbers that
ideologues?
I'm giving you.
Oh yes, all the
on
statisticians,
remittances, on
all of the
billions of
economists are
dollars.
actually ideologues.
You have not given me a single statistic. You have not given me a single point to defend your argument. I've given you at least 5 points now. Remittances, insurance, taxation, public benefits. I mean, I can go on and on and on about all the things that happens to taxpayers and as at the expense of taxpayers due to illegal immigration,
It's
due to
not
mass
at the
illegal
extent.
immigration.
It's not. It's. I'm sorry, but
How do you think the government gets their money? It's the taxpayers. So every time the government gives out $1,000 cell phone to a large group of illegal immigrants, it's coming out of my paycheck. It's coming out of my taxes.
It's not.
Yes, it is. That's how the government gets their money: is federal taxes, income taxes, sales taxes.
So okay.
Is-
So if you
That is how they get their funding. Is from taking it
So,
from the
let's see.
American people via taxation.
let's see. Do immigrants pay taxes? Let's say.
The fact that you
Yes,
happen to Google that
undocumented
right
immigrants
now,
are required by U.S. law to pay taxes on income earned in the United States. Like
are
you're just
you
wrong about
high
this.
right now? Are you high? They're required by U.S. law to not immigrate here legally or to illegally. They broke the law. It doesn't matter what the law is. If they're legally required to pay taxes,
Yeah, so
they're
there's gonna
here
be
illegally.
income
They're not paying
taxes, okay? Since they
And
are
listen,
since they
the
are
co-
ineligible for a social security number, many use an individual taxpayer identification number. So that's gonna be an
I'm
item.
very, very aware.
Yeah.
I
So
work
that's
in
gonna be issued by the
finance. I
IRS
fill
for
out
the
a
purpose
lot
of filing
credit
tax
applications.
returns.
I'm very aware.
A,
I'm very
a
aware
report
of
estimated that
IENs.
they paid $59.4 billion in federal taxes, including income taxes.
Out of
Payroll
all-
taxes. Many undocumented workers have payroll taxes for Social Security and Medicare automatically withheld from their paychecks. They contributed an estimated $33.9 billion to these social insurance programs in 2022,
is-
despite being generally ineligible to receive benefits. Sales
Alright.
taxes, that one's self-explanatory.
I
Property
already said that,
taxes,
of
they have to
course,
pay
you're gonna
those as
pay
well.
sales
So
taxes,
you're just
of course gonna
wrong.
pay
You're
property
factually
taxes.
incorrect.
But no, most
You're just
illegal
factually
immigrants,
wrong about this.
no,
they do
do
pay
not pay
taxes. You're
income taxes. They
really?
don't pay
Where
income
did the
or federal
59.4
taxes.
billion come from?
What about the billions of dollars that are flooding out of the United States?
Where did the 59.4 billion come from? Did it appear out of thin air?
Let's send me that data. Send me that data right now.
You can fucking Google it.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I am getting this
I put
from
you
the
on speaker on Discord?
I will send you a link to the irs.gov website. Okay? I will send you a link.
Send me what you were just reading. No. Okay, I've got you on speaker now. I should be able to hear you a little better.
Yeah, so this should give you
DM'd
some
it to me last
information.
time?
So, foreign workers who are illegal aliens, aka undocumented aliens, are subject to U.S. taxes in spite of their illegal status.
Because I'm gonna tell you what, honestly, like a lot of the illegal workers that I have dealt with, being through finance, and I fill out a lot of credit applications. A lot of the Hispanic workers, and again, take this as you will, but in my industry, they're known for paying in cash. They're not financing.
That's awesome, but the IRS taxes them. The IRS
in
literally.
cash? But the IRS is tracking down cash, dollar bills. Because last time I checked, the IRS only tracks down money that comes through a W-2
It's
form.
crazy how they
or a
still benefit our
1099.
economy regardless.
Well, if they don't have a W-2 form or a 1099,
Holy
what I'm telling
shit,
you
you're
is they're
retarded.
not paying income taxes. That's what I'm trying to get through.
But
to
they
you right
do
now.
pay income tax. You're just wrong about that.
All right. Well, I guess everything I've seen over the last 10 years through my job is.
Where have you
completely
seen
wrong
the
then.
taxes that they're paying? Are you a fucking
Through
IRS
finance.
agent? Are you
No,
an
but
IRS agent?
I work in finance, so I see all of these things. I see credit
Oh,
applications.
you see
taxation
all these
worksheets,
things.
I see
Wow.
all of the data. It's always in front of me.
So we've got.
This is what I'm saying.
what
So
site is
you're
this?
pulling your information.
Tax payments by undocumented immigrants. Okay, so we've got this. I'm gonna link this in chat, and I'm also gonna link it to you in DMs. We're gonna go over it. Okay.
I got your
We're gonna
DM right
We're gonna
here.
go over it together. No. I'm sending you
Here it
another
is.
source that says
All right,
exactly the same
I'm pulling
thing.
it up right now. Institute on
Let's see.
Taxation.
Key
and
findings.
Economic Equality.
Undocumented
Here we are.
immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Most of that amount, $59.4 billion, was paid to the federal government, while the remaining $37.3 billion was paid to state and local governments. Where's that money coming from? Oh, wow, it's coming from undocumented immigrants. I thought you said they didn't pay taxes, but they obviously do. Completely biased source. True. The IRS is very biased indeed. So true.
No,
The IRS is just so biased.
Listen now.
What are we talking about?
Those words never came out of my mouth. I never called the IRS biased. I
was reading a chat message. I was reading a chat message.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm reading some of this right now, but I'm telling you just from my personal experience. I'm not telling you based off what I'm reading online or from a source. And listen, I'm going to do some digging into this, just like I promised you that I would do some digging into our earlier topic, that I would take a look and see how ICE might be mishandling. And listen, I'm the kind of guy, seriously, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not too big of a man to admit when I'm wrong about something. All right.
Yeah.
If ICE is mishandling things, and to be real with you, to be really, really truthful, it wouldn't even really surprise me, because I know personally how ICE is going about recruiting these people and what they're offering people. So I know the kind of crowd that they're drawing. So I wouldn't. I know how corruption is within law enforcement. Unfortunately, I
want you to take a look at Figure 5. I want you to take a look at Figure 5. So this is the change in tax
Are we looking at
contributions.
the ITEP here?
Yeah. So I'm looking
What
at
are we
Figure
looking at?
5. It's the most recent thing that I
On
sent you.
ITEP?
Figure 5.
on is it?
Yes, the ITEP source.
Okay,
So
the most recent
so
one that you sent me
additionally,
here?
okay, here's the change in tax contributions if the currently undocumented population was granted legal status, which is another reason why I am in favor of them being granted citizenship, because it would be even more beneficial to the economy. Right?
Okay, so here's
They
the
would be
thing,
paying
and
more
this
in taxes, but to claim that they don't pay taxes is just wrong.
Mm.
And again, they're not choosing to be illegal, right? They would rather be legal immigrants.
I
They are
mean,
only illegal immigrants because they don't have a
would
choice. So
rather
what's the
be
solution to
illegal.
that?
They would rather be legal immigrants, but the reality is the choice was still made to immigrate illegally, whether or not
No, there was not a
that was
choice. They didn't
for-
have a choice to be sorry, they didn't have a choice to be legal immigrants, right? So you're just wrong about that.
No, well,
Right? Obviously, if they had the choice, they would choose to
reside
be
in
legal
their
immigrants
home
because it is
country.
preferable to be a legal immigrant than an illegal immigrant.
For them, it might be preferable. For them, it might be. And look, I'm not.
Well, no, it's
disagreeing
not
with
that it
you
might be. It just
that-
is, because if you're an illegal immigrant, corporations will underpay you. They will pay you less than minimum wage because
Okay.
they can get away with it.
You're missing the point.
No,
I'm trying
I'm
to
not
make
missing
here.
the point. It is preferable to be a legal immigrant, period.
Okay, yeah.
No one
again,
prefers being an illegal immigrant. No one wants
I'm
that.
aware of
The
that.
only
I'm not-
reason
I'm
that
not
they are
arguing
illegal
against
immigrants is
that.
because they have no other choice.
Well, again, the choice is to reside in their home country and not illegally
Yeah,
migrate.
the choice is to starve in their own country. That's awesome. What an awesome choice you're giving them.
Look, at the end of
Heaven
the day,
forbid they
people are
want a
born
better
where
life
they're
for
born.
themselves and their families.
Look, and I can't slight anyone for that. I really can't. I can't.
Well, I'll
slight
tell you
someone for
what,
wanting
it's
a better life
beneficial for the
themselves and
economy,
their
even
family.
when they're here illegally. And it's even more beneficial to the economy when we grant them citizenship. So why wouldn't we grant them citizenship? What's your argument?
Again, I'm for citizenship. I'm for shortening the length of the waiting list. Don't get me
Okay, so
wrong.
then how about
but
instead
at
of
the end of the
deporting
day,
them, we grant
at
them an
the end of the
opportunity to
day-
become citizens?
people need to be vetted honestly and thoroughly. Okay, look,
So-
just because
so for instance, if let's say
90%
we
of
have
the
an
people that
undocumented
come in are good
landscaping,
people-
let's say we have a landscaper that's undocumented, don't you think it'd be reasonable to say, yeah, we should grant them citizenship? You know, they're your local landscaper.
I
Why
mean,
shouldn't
I
they be
can't-
granted citizenship?
I can't hate him on local landscaper, you know what I mean? But like, at the
Yeah, you
same
can't wait
time-
on your local landscaper. They're the
but at
fucking
the
goat,
same time,
dude.
What
They're a
if my
hard
local
worker.
landscaper? What if my local landscaper raped and killed a girl? Now I kind of can hate on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
look,
if they're a rapist, but that goes for anybody. Rape is already illegal. Yeah, obviously,
yeah, of
if
course,
they,
but
already,
the
obviously, if
the
they commit
point
rape,
is-
then yeah, they should go to prison.
Yeah, all right, but
Jesus fuck.
Prison is expensive for the taxpayer. We don't want them here in our prisons because of how much it costs. Our prisons are already
Yeah,
stuffed
okay.
full to the brim.
Yeah,
We
if it's
don't
the case
need
that there's
people here
evidence,
in our
yeah, if
prisons.
it's the case, fine. If it's the case that there's evidence that they raped somebody, yeah, sure, you can deport them. Sure, I'm fine with that. Yeah, if there's
But
evidence
a
that they
lot
raped
of the
somebody.
deportations that I have seen have had genuine criminal backgrounds. So that's
and
why
what's the
there's,
statistical?
I feel like maybe
Yeah,
a
but they're not just
disconnect.
deporting. They're not just deporting criminals. They're deporting your local landscapers who have done nothing wrong. That's who they're deporting.
Except for immigrate illegally.
Yeah, and
That's-
benefiting
yeah,
the
well,
economy. They
illegal.
haven't committed any violent crimes.
Whether it's a
They haven't
violent
committed-
crime or not, it's
the
still a
only
crime.
crimes
If
they've
I
committed
commit
are
larceny and I
victimless.
steal $20,000 for you, and I say, "Oh, it wasn't a violent crime," it doesn't matter. If I'm here illegally,
But they're benefiting the
I'm here
economy.
illegally,
Like, what
I
are we
committed
talking
a
about? It's not like
crime.
they're stealing money from the country. What they're doing
Again-
is they are contributing to our economy. They are a net positive, even when they're illegal. And guess what? If they were able to immigrate, if we were able to say, hey, here's an avenue to legal citizenship that we're going to give you, even though you're undocumented, you can become a legal immigrant. Guess what? They would take that opportunity and they would benefit our economy even more. So I don't know why you'd be against that.
well, again, what you're failing to connect, and this is a very, very important point, is that the only people, undocumented immigrants, that are paying into taxes are those that are actual ITIN holders. So we talked about the ITIN number, right? And we talked about the EIN number. We talked about that kind of stuff. And that is what's required. Not every single undocumented immigrant has an ITIN number. Not every
Yeah, well,
single
it would be-
undocumented
yeah,
immigrant
well-
is going about this the correct way. So if you want to take the ones that are going about this the correct way and are honestly trying to live a good life, and they're honestly just trying to have a better life for their family,
That's what the
and they're
vast
not breaking
majority
any
of them
laws,
are doing. That's what the
then
vast majority of
fine.
undocumented immigrants are trying to do is live a good life.
Yes, I agree. I told you I grew up in a community like this. I agree with you.
Okay, so
The
why would
vast
you want to make
majority
that
of
more
them
difficult
are.
on them?
I don't want to make it more. I literally just told you that I'm for
Okay, so
shortening the way.
why would
But
you
they
not be in
still
favor?
need to go through a background check. They still need to have, an investigation into any potential criminal history before we invite someone into our home. We need to make sure they don't got blood on their hands. Okay, and again, 99% of the people coming in, good people. People that just want a better
Okay.
life. People like my family.
Yeah.
My family immigrated here.
So why
My
should they
family,
be? Yeah. So
I'm
why should
immigrant.
they be deported?
So again, but my family went about it the right way. My family came here
Okay, but why
legally.
should they be deported?
Again, look, at the end of the day, you're here illegally. That's it. That's the only reason. Because they're here illegally. They broke a law. They're not supposed to be
Okay.
here. That's the whole point. Countries
Oh
have
no, they
borders
broke a
for
law.
a
They
reason.
broke a law to
We
give
have to enforce our
themselves and their
borders.
families a better life in a way that benefits the economy. Boo fucking who? Who cares?
Not every illegal immigrant has an I-10. There's a process that an illegal immigrant, an illegal migrant has to go through to get an I-10 number, and not every single one of them gets an I-10 number. So if
Well,
you
are
take
they
into
are they
consideration the amount of
incentivized to get
people,
an ITIN number? Are they incentivized to? Because
we
it's not
shouldn't
their
have.
fault if they're not incentivized to.
You don't need an incentive to do things that you need to do in life. My family
Wait.
didn't need.
If I don't have an incentive to get an ITIN number, why would I? If
I
I
don't
don't
have.
have an incentive to get taxed, why would I do that?
I don't have much incentive to trim my hangnails, but I know that it's something I have to do for my health, so I do it.
So
I don't need
your
an
incentive would be
to do
health. Your
something I
incentive would
need
be
to
your own
do.
health. What are you talking about? You just
My
described an
incentive is the
incentive.
simple fact that I know it needs to be done. That's it.
No, your
So, and
incentive is that
that
you
should
want to
be
have good
everyone's
health. You just
incentive.
explained the incentive. You said there's no incentive, and then explain what the incentive is.
Well, the incentive of getting an ITIN number is doing things the correct way. So if you need an incentive not to break the
Correct.
law,
According to what
then
standard
I don't have any
according to you, they would
sympathy.
still be illegal, right? They would still be illegal immigrants, would they not? They're undocumented.
If they want to go through the process of getting their ITIN and they want to go through the process of paying into taxes, frankly, I have absolutely no problem with someone like
Okay,
that.
but why would if they're not
Completely zero.
incentivized? Hold on. If there's no incentive structure for them to do that, why would they?
Well, here's the incentive structure. Deportation.
If I'm an illegal immigrant and I'm already making jack fucking shit, why would I go out of my way to pay taxes and get less money? All I want to do,
That's
you know,
the
despite being
problem.
underpaid, right?
That's the
Paid
problem.
jack
That's why a
fucking
lot of
shit.
them are not. That's why a lot of
Paid
them are
less
not
than
paying
minimum
into
wage,
taxes.
being taken advantage of by big corporations. You know, I would, if I was an illegal immigrant, I would want a better life for myself and my family, and I would want a good future for my kids. Right? That's what I would want.
Yeah, and like I said, I would want the same thing for my kids. I would want a better life for myself. But again, my family did the same thing. We immigrated here, and we did it the correct way. I mean,
That's great.
we're legal.
Not
We
everyone
didn't
is able to
break any
do
laws.
it. Not everyone
Oh.
is able to do it the correct way.
Well,
If we have a system that incentivizes doing it the incorrect way, then of course people are going to do it the incorrect way. Can we blame them for that? No. We incentivize it
in what way do we incentivize breaking
by
the
making
law
it
to get
impossible
in?
for certain people. We make it nearly fucking impossible to immigrate legally. That's how we incentivize illegal immigration.
So how have so many families managed to do it if it's near impossible? If America is a country built on immigrants and most of the immigrants here are legal, how did most of the legal immigrants here in the United States do it if it's impossible?
I didn't say it was impossible. I said it's nearly
If
impossible
it's near
in many
impossible,
cases.
how did so many people do it? If it's near
Because they got
impossible,
lucky.
that's what I'm confused. They got that many people, hundreds of millions
Yeah.
of people got that lucky.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes, because there's people
Oh.
that aren't as fortunate. Why do you think, when I say that the waiting times are 10 years, which you agree that that's the case, yeah, it's not going to, they are going to be incentivized to immigrate illegally because who the fuck is going to wait 10 years?
A lot of people. A lot of people will wait.
Why should they have to wait 10 years? They are incentivized to do it the wrong way because, no, of course they're not going to want to wait 10 years.
Here's a fun.
That 10 years
here's a
is
fun
life or
question
death for
you.
them. That's
Here's-
them starving their own country.
It can be. It depends what country they're coming from.
Yeah,
it depends what their
But in many
status
cases,
is.
that's what it is.
In a lot of cases.
You don't
In a lot of
like.
cases.
Do you think that legal immigration is easy, or do you think that's like the path of least resistance?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
The path of
Do you
least
think that maybe
resistance
it would
is,
be
of course,
preferable to make it the path of least resistance, since that would be mutually beneficial? It would be beneficial to us as a country, and it would also be mutually beneficial to the people that want to immigrate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so why do
100%.
you disagree with me on this? All we would have to do is because there are a lot of people that if it was the case that legally immigrating was the path of least resistance, that's what all of these illegals would do. So why not give them an avenue to legally immigrate? Why not say, hey, we understand you did it the wrong way or whatever, but if you, go through this process, we won't deport you. We'll let you stay, right? You'll be here legally. You'll become a U.S. citizen. Why would that be so bad? Why would you be against that?
I didn't say that I would. I never said that I would.
Okay, so I don't see how you disagree with me then. Why
Like
waste our money on deporting illegals who benefit our economy? Why make our economy worse?
Because again,
why make these people's
from the
lives
data
worse
that I've seen,
when we
the
could
people that are getting
spend that
deported
money?
are criminals.
We could
A lot of the
spend
people
that
that are
money.
getting
Wait,
deported
hold on. Do you
have
actually
records.
believe that the majority of people that are getting deported are these violent criminals? These criminals that are hurting our country?
Well, there's a lot of cases. They post a lot of the people.
There's a lot of
the people
anecdotal
that get
cases.
depo-
Yeah, of course, there's going to be a lot of anecdotes for anything.
Well, I mean, heck, half of the argument. I mean, you say anecdotal, you throw anecdotal around, but there's a lot of cases where it comes to people getting deported where there is hard evidence against them. Very hard evidence against them.
If there's hard evidence
So-
that there's some sort of violent criminal or rapist, yeah, fine, deport them. I'm not against that.
Gang
Right, the
activity
problem
or
I-
anything of that nature,
Yeah,
But
the
I mean, it
problem I
sounds
have-
like you and I agree more than you think.
But the problem
that we
I
both-
have is when you're deporting people on the sole basis of them being illegal immigrants. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah,
That is not the
and
solution.
see, that's the reason. And this is, and look, again, you and I actually see more eye to eye on this than I think either of us are realizing here. But I think you're right. I
Perhaps.
think the point that we're breaking is that you're right. The way you don't see deportation as a solution, and the way that I see it, and you know what, call it dark. Judge me if you will. Not every cat is a lion, but every lion is a cat. So.
Yeah, but this just this applies to fucking everybody. This applies to people in the country, and you do realize that in terms of violent crime, immigrants are less likely to commit those, including illegal immigrants. You know that, right?
What data does I don't know where you're pulling that data from, but yeah, that's one I haven't heard before. If you have some genuine data to back that up, I'd love to see it. But I have not seen or heard any evidence of that personally. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I mean, that seems like a very I don't know, kind of a buzz phrase, if you will. And I don't think there's much
it seems to be the case that,
substance to that.
I'm gonna send you a PDF. Okay. So
Okay, and again,
this is
the
based
whole-
on the National Institute of Justice. Okay. So it seems to be the case that from 2012 to 2018, the undocumented immigrant offending rate is lower than the U.S.-born citizen rate. So I'm going to send this in your DMs.
Okay, but here's the question. If they're undocumented immigrants, listen to that word. They're undocumented. So if they're undocumented, how are we documenting their crimes?
we
if
have
we
like
don't
we have
even
an
know-
estimate because we would
If
have
we
an
don't
estimate
even know who they are,
because we would have
if
an
we don't
estimate of
even
how
know
many
who
there
they
are.
we have done no background
Because
checks,
we
don't
have
know
an
they're here.
estimate. We have an estimate of how many there would be.
Great. How do we come up with an estimate of how many crimes illegals?
I don't
may
know.
have
I'm not
committed?
somebody that fucking measures this. Okay,
Because it
fucking
doesn't
read
exist.
the goddamn study.
It's a
Look at the
skewed
offending
study,
rates. Look at the offending rates. Well, what would you look at that? The rate is the line on the graph. You see the line on the graph. Why don't you? So do you believe that the National Institute of Justice is lying? Do you think that they're
No.
lying about the numbers?
I
No,
think
they're
that
not lying about the
statistics can be
numbers.
skewed.
So what? So what do you think? Okay,
Statistics can be very,
they're
very easily
skewed. Can you
skewed.
explain how they're skewed?
Because I just explained. I just did.
Okay.
I just
So
told
if
you
we
they're
look at the
undocumented.
lines on the
If we
graph,
don't
you'll
even know
see
they're
that the
here-
highest amount.
Hold on.
So
hold on.
the
Wait,
arrest
let me
rates
get
for
a word out.
100,000
me get a
persons
word out,
is the
please.
highest for U.S.-born citizens. It is the lowest for undocumented immigrants. You're just wrong about this.
Fems. If we don't know they're here, how do we know what they're doing?
Oh my God! Just
How are
read
we-
the
how are
fucking
we
study.
documenting?
Read
Think
the
about this for a
study.
second. Just use
Read
logic for a
the
second.
study.
If we don't even know
Read
that
the
they're
study.
here or who they are, how could we possibly prove that? Think about that. That makes zero
Why don't you
sense.
read the study and find out?
Alright, I'm pulling it up right now.
Huh?
I'm pulling up the study.
An
Yeah, during this
NIJ
time,
funded
undocumented
study
immigrants had the
examining.
lowest offending rates for overall both total felony crime and violent felony crime compared to other groups. U.S. born citizens had the highest overall offending rates for most crime types, with documented immigrants generally falling between the other groups. So the documented immigrants fell somewhere along the rest of the United States population. So why do you think that undocumented immigrants would show less crimes than documented immigrants?
So that they don't
This is
get
from the graph that
deported,
you just sent me.
obviously.
Because they're not
Because they
being
don't
recorded.
want to get deported. That's the
Because they're not
obvious
being
reason.
recorded. Not because they don't want to get deported, because their crimes aren't being recorded. Is
Wait,
more
how
like it.
do you
We don't
do you
know they're
seriously
here.
believe that getting away with crimes is easier if you're an undocumented immigrant? What are we talking about?
If we don't know who you are or the fact that you're here and we have no data on you, we have absolutely nothing on you. It is much more difficult to track someone like that who we don't know who they are, we don't know their background, we don't know anything about them, we don't even know where they are, where they reside. Me, if
Why
someone
don't you
wanted,
read the
if the
study?
government
Why don't you
wanted to
read the
track
study?
me down, it
Read
would
the
be
entire fucking
incredibly
study
easy.
that I sent. Read the entire thing. Please, God.
I mean, all right.
Just
I think
read.
obviously this is a 7-page study, so I'll tell you this, Fems. I promise you, I will actually read the entire thing
You
because
better.
I will. And again, I'll want to continue our conversation. I'm sure that I will, but um, yeah. I mean, again, I can't. I'm not going to be able. I'm going to be real with you. I'm not some speed reader. I'm not going to be able to read 7 pages of a study. But I'm telling you, just right
I'm
off
gonna
the
send
bat,
you another thing.
if
I'm gonna send
if
you another study. It's gonna have the methodology attached as well. So this is gonna be um
studies are very, very useful, and statistics can be very, very useful.
uh-huh.
But at the end of the day, there's always variables that are left out of statistics, and variables skew
Well,
things.
it's a good thing
So
that I'm
that's the
sending you a
problem.
study that has the methodology and everything. So if that's something you're worried about, you can look at the methodology.
Okay, so if
I'm gonna put it
if
in the chat
the
as
next
well.
time we
Okay.
talk, the next time we speak, if I bring up the methodology, okay, and we go through the methodology, and I point out some obvious flaws in the
Yeah,
methodology.
if you're able to point out flaws, then we could go over that. Right?
Okay, all right. As long as you and I remain open to each other's
Correct.
viewpoints, I have no problem continuing this conversation. At the end of
Yeah,
the day,
because it
'Cause-
seems to be the case that I mean it's got I mean it's got the data, the method, logic of analysis, right?
sure,
Like
yeah. I
this
mean,
has got
and
this
listen,
it's
I'm all a numbers guy. I'm a big
okay, good.
numbers guy. It's what I eat, sleep, and breathe for the last 10 years of my life. So I will look over it thoroughly, and we can we can discuss that a little bit more in depth at a later date. But I do want to at least let you know I do really do I have appreciated the conversation thus far.
Okay.
It's been enjoyable. I
I mean
really
I feel like I don't know how much further I'd want to go. I kind of do want to read the things that I sent for my stream. So
yeah,
feel free to stick around. I'm gonna be reading some stuff because I do
sure.
think it's important. And yeah, I would definitely recommend taking a look at the things that I sent you.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, I'd love to have another discussion. I mean, any viewpoints that oppose my own. Like I said, my closest friend of 15 years, he and I have very, very different political opinions. But as long as I
Of
can walk
course.
away feeling like I gained something from the conversation at the end of the day, even if we're kind of just agreeing to disagree on certain things, I don't view that as a loss, because at the end of the day, everything when it comes to politics is it's subjective. It's what your opinion is at the end of the day.
To an extent.
So
But I don't fully agree with that even. But
well, I mean, I look. I think morality is a very touchy and subjective subject. And I think that there are certain places where morality and politics blend very well. And I think there are certain places where morality and politics do not blend very well. And I think
All right.
that's one of the differences we're running into.
Yeah, I'm gonna read some
All
shit
right,
from my
it's-
stream.
That sounds good. I don't
It's been a
mean to
pleasure
keep
to
you
have you
fence.
on.
Yeah,
and,
it was
have
good
a
chatting
one,
with
yeah.
you. You too. All right, bye-bye.
See ya. Okay, so let's see here. We've got. Okay, so what I want to do first is I want to go through the one from the what is this? The National the National Institute of Justice. Okay, so we're gonna read this and then we'll go from there. So this is an analysis of Texas records, right? So undocumented immigrant offending rate lower than U.S. born citizen rate. Analysis of Texas arrest records indicates a consistent trend across violent, drug, and property and traffic offenses between 2012 and 2018. Okay, so this is a study done in September of 2024, so a little over a year ago. An NIJ-funded study examining the data from the Texas Department of Public Safety estimated the rate at which undocumented immigrants are arrested for committing crimes. The study found that undocumented immigrants are arrested at less than half the rate of native-born U.S. citizens for violent drug crimes and a quarter of the rate of native-born citizens for property crimes. Okay. The question of how often undocumented immigrants commit crimes is not easy to answer. Most previous research on crime commissioned by immigrant populations has been unable to differentiate undocumented immigrants from documented immigrants. As a result, most studies treat all immigrants as a uniform group, regardless of whether or not they are in the country legally. The estimates in this study come from Texas criminal records that included the immigration status of everyone arrested in the state from 2012 to 2018. These data enabled researchers to separate arrests for crimes committed by undocumented immigrants from those who committed by documented immigrants and native-born U.S. citizens. For more detail on the study's data sources and methodology, see the sidebar, What Makes Texas Data Unique. Okay. The researchers tracked these groups' arrest rates across 7 years from 2012 to 2018. Sorry, I have a slight cold. Goddamn. Ew, Texas. Yeah. But this data is useful. And examined specific types of crime, including homicides and other violent crimes. They used these arrest rates as proxies for the rate of crime commission for these three groups. It should be noted that arrest is a commonly used but imperfect measure of crime that in part reflects law enforcement activity rather than actual offending rates. Okay? So this could be a point of contention, possibly. Okay? But this is definitely still worth looking at. All right? During this time, undocumented immigrants had the lowest offending rates overall for both total felony crime and violent felony crime compared to other groups. U.S.-born citizens had the highest offending rates overall for most crime types, with documented immigrants generally falling between the other two groups. Exhibit 1. Total felony crime offending rates in Texas for U.S.-born citizens, documented and undocumented immigrants. So this is a graph that I showed. Right? And you can see it is way under, right? So arrest rates for 100,000 people, right? It is way lower for undocumented immigrants, okay? Violent felony crime offending rates in Texas for U.S.-born citizens, documented, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is for violent crimes. So again, you'll notice way lower here. It's like half. It's less than half. It's less than half of what it is for U.S.-born citizens, right? So just keep that in mind. Researchers also looked specifically at homicide arrest trends. These rates tend to fluctuate more than the overall violent crime arrest rates because murders are relatively rare compared to other crimes. In addition, a large share of homicides go unsolved. Still, undocumented immigrants had the lowest homicide arrest rates throughout the entire study period, averaging less than half the rate at which U.S.-born citizens were arrested for homicide. The homicide rate for documented immigrants fluctuated. Sometimes it was higher than the rate for U.S.-born citizens, and sometimes it was lower. Every other violent and property crime type the researchers examined followed the same general pattern. the offending rates of undocumented immigrants were consistently lower than both US-born citizens and documented immigrants for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. For drug offenses, too, undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely to be arrested as native-born US citizens. Moreover, the drug crime arrest rate for undocumented population held steady throughout the 7 years of data, while the rate for native-born citizens increased almost 30% during that time. As a result, undocumented immigrants had a smaller share of arrests for drug crimes in 2018 than they had in 2012. Finally, the researchers conducted statistical tests to determine whether the share of crimes committed by undocumented immigrants had increased for any offense types between 2012 and 2018. They concluded there is no evidence that the prevalence of undocumented immigrant crime has grown for any category. As with drug offenses, evidence suggests that the share of property and traffic crimes committed by undocumented immigrants decreased or remained close to constant throughout the period. Okay. Sidebar. What makes the Texas data unique? Calculating offending rates for a specific group is usually a simple operation. First, count the number of arrests in that group, then divide by the group's total number of people. For undocumented immigrants, however, both numbers have been difficult to estimate in the past. To count the total number of undocumented immigrants in Texas, i.e. the denominator of the offense rate, this study used data from the Center for Migration Studies. Okay, so this is what the person who was calling in would have been interested in. Okay, and but obviously, I didn't know where it was going to reference this. It's not like I have this fucking memorized. This study used data from the Center of Migration Studies, which the authors called, quote, one of the most reliable, respected, and peer-reviewed sources on the undocumented immigrant population. Okay, so this is going to be the best estimation that we have. Okay. But the real innovation of the study was in counting the number of arrests within Texas's undocumented population, i.e. the numerator of the offense. I would think that would be the easier of the two things to find. To find that number, the study relied on a unique feature of the state's legal system. When a Texas law enforcement agency arrests someone, they are legally required to look up the person's place of birth and citizenship. To do that, agencies send the person's fingerprints to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which reports the person's immigration status. This status becomes part of any criminal record in Texas. As the study's authors write, to our knowledge, Texas is the only state that requires the determination and documentation of the immigration status as part of its standard criminal justice records practice. Simply put, no other data source in the United States could accomplish this task with the same degree of breadth, rigor, and detail. Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually. That actually makes sense. Examining only the overall immigrant offending rate, i.e. documented and undocumented immigrants, obscures meaningful differences between these two groups. Because of the unique nature of Texas's arrest records, the authors could reliably separate arrests of undocumented immigrants from those of documented immigrants, including naturalized U.S. citizens. Disentangling the group's arrest records gave the study an unprecedented window in how their offending patterns differ from each other and from those of U.S.-born individuals. Further research should explore whether these findings are replicated in other states and localities, including those with different shares of immigrant populations and variations in immigrant enforcement policies. Hey, thank you, Anthony Torres, for the $2. You beautiful fucking bastard, saying your dress/top is so cute. Thank you. Also, I think I missed a dono from during the debate. Thank you, Soph Toshi, for the one, saying, you literally have Minnesota full of Somalians. How many? Like, what proportion? You are forgetting that about COVID-19 relief fund fraud. I don't know what you're yapping about. I'm saying this as a Turkish Israeli. Illegal immigrants are not beneficial to the economy. Well, what's crazy is that all of the peer-reviewed research says the literal fucking opposite. So I don't know where you're getting this from. Okay. Okay. According to which sources, Femyoz? Ones that I've already sent in the chat. Okay. So they pay taxes, they benefit the economy. Okay. All right, let's see. Impact on U.S. economy. I could send more. The importance of immigrant labor. Okay, so that's New York. So this is immigrants broadly. What's this? Okay, I'm reading this for the first time. Mass deportation of unauthorized immigrants, fiscal and economic effects. Shut up, I'm never gonna subscribe. You fucking piece of shit. Stupid fuck. Never do that. Hell no. Okay. Oh my god, why is the text so small? My eyes. Dude, my eyesight is so dog shit. Okay, summary. It is well known that mass deportation reduces aggregate economic variables like GDP due to the scale effects. We project that deportation also reduces wages of high-skilled workers, comprising 63% of workers. Still, authorized low-skilled workers can see their wages increase, but only if deportation policy is permanently sustained after 4 years. Interesting. What source is this again? This is budgetmodel.wharton.upenn.edu. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I might be learning something here. Policies. We examined 2 distinct policy scenarios regarding the deportation of unauthorized immigrants. 4-year policy where 10% of unauthorized immigrants are removed annually over 4 years. From 2025 to 2028. What? Wait, where would they be getting this from? It's obviously, it's not 2028 yet. With unauthorized immigration returning to baseline levels in 2029, 10-year policy, we're 10%. The 4-year policy would increase primary deficits by about $270 billion before economic feedback and $350 billion with economic feedback effects. The 10-year policy would cost about $862 billion before economic feedback effects and $987 billion. Jesus fuck. With economic feedback effects. Besides lost revenue, these primary deficits include new required outlays that are in addition to the monies, about $170 billion, already allocated in the 2025 OBBBA for border security, interior enforcement, and deportation. Okay. Not surprisingly, most aggregate economic variables fall. By 2034, the 4-year policy reduces the GDP by 1%. 10-year policy reduces it by 3.3%. By 2054, the 4-year policy reduces the real GDP by 1%. The 10-year policy reduces it by 4.9%. Per capita, okay, here's something interesting. But per capita economic variables also mostly decline, including a fall in the average wage of 0.5%, 4-year policy, and 1.7%, 10-year policy. Output per capita also falls between 0.5% and 1.1%. Okay. Distributional analysis. However, the impact on wages varies by skill class. High-skilled workers, which comprises 63% of the working population, would see their wages fall over time by 0.5% or $494 per year for the 4-year policy, and by 2.8% or $2,700 for the 10-year policy. But wages for authorized, including U.S.-born low-skilled workers, can increase. Okay, interesting. With the 4-year policy, they would increase by 1.1%, but eventually fall by 0.6% by 2054. With the 10-year policy, their wages would increase by 5% by 2034, and mostly persist thereafter. Okay. As a result, the median authorized low-skill workers born today, these changes would translate into lifetime losses of around $8,600 4-year policy to lifetime gains of 63,000. Okay, 63,000. 10-year policy. Okay, so this could benefit low-income workers potentially. Interesting. I'd like to learn more about that. Where are they getting this from? The United States currently has over 11 million unauthorized immigrants, equal to about 3.4% of the total population, who are disproportionately occupying low-skilled jobs. Okay. Jobs held by unauthorized immigrants are largely complementary to jobs of authorized high-skilled workers. Policies that deport unauthorized immigrants therefore generally harm high-skilled workers. Wait, didn't you just say the opposite though? You said that high-skilled workers would see their wages decrease from deportation. So I'm a little bit confused here. Because now it's saying the opposite. Generally harm high-skilled workers. However, jobs held by unauthorized immigrants are imperfect substitutes for low-skilled workers. Still, overall policies that deport unauthorized immigrants generally help low-skilled workers at reasonable values of elasticity of substitution. Okay, so you analyze 2 policy scenarios. So 4-year policy and 10-year policy. Okay. Where are they getting these numbers from? I want to know where they get these numbers from. Change in population sizes. Okay. Under the 4-year deportation scenario, population decreases by 1.2 million and by 5 million at the end of 2028. Okay. As the annual flow of unauthorized immigration returns to current levels in 2029, the gap gradually narrows. Okay. To analyze the policy's impact on different populations, we categorize households into 3 distinct groups based on their education levels and legal status. Okay. High-skilled households are native-born citizens, permanent residents, and visa-holding immigrants who have at least some college education. They pay taxes on all their income and are eligible for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Okay. Authorized low-skilled households include native-born citizens, permanent residents, and visa-holding immigrants with a high school diploma or less. They also pay taxes on all their income and are eligible for the same programs as high-skilled households. Their tasks require less formal schooling. And then unauthorized low-skilled households consist of unauthorized immigrants or individuals with only temporary permissions like DACA, temporary protected status, pending asylum claims, or humanitarian parole. These workers rely more on informal employment relationships. Okay. Enforcement spending. Deportation program requires enforcement expenditures at the border and inside of the border that increase primary deficits in addition to lost tax revenue that would have otherwise been paid by unauthorized households subject to deportation. In Table 2, we combine estimates from 2 studies, one from the American Immigration Council and another from the American Action Forum. Both studies break the deportation process into 4 stages: arresting, detaining, processing, and removing large numbers of undocumented immigrants. Averaging the 2 estimates yields a cost of $70,236 per deportee. Jesus fuck. Holy shit. That's a lot of... Okay. Jesus. We calculate the total deportation cost per year by multiplying the number of deportees in that year with the average cost per deportee. Okay. Table 2, the cost of deporting unauthorized immigrants and limiting the entry of new unauthorized immigrants. Okay. Okay, so average 15,000. Okay. Detention monitoring 44,000. Jesus fuck. So this is per deportee. 70,000. It costs 70,000 to deport one person. Okay. The AAF study includes the cost of maintaining zero unauthorized immigration, estimated at $21.1 billion annually. Each year, we adjust the enforcement cost by the GDP deflator and the projected number of deportees. Okay. What is chat saying? Is chat even engaged with this, or does chat not give a shit? It's honestly less than I expected. Yes. feel like chat's barely engaged. I feel like chat doesn't care. Chat doesn't care about the numbers. And this is one of those things that I find interesting, but other people, I guess don't. Yeah, we lost viewership. We lost viewership. I'm trying to find something that disagrees with me or that would change my perspective. Economic effects. This is all negative in terms of the 4-year policy. And then let's look at table B. This seems to also all be negative. Yeah, so long term, this is just bad. Right? Debt goes up and everything else goes down. So, let's see. Now, interestingly enough, even though that's on average, it does seem like it would benefit authorized low skilled. But that seems to be the only people that would have increased wages. And I'd like to know why. So if we take a look at this, so this is the 4-year the 4-year policy is just not. It seems to be the case that the 4-year policy is just gonna. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just seeing a bunch of minuses. Effects on low-skilled laborers. Age at time of policy change. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, why does it... It goes up slightly for gross income percentile. Well, it seems to be in the red for this. Depending on how old you are. Wait, what? Age at time of policy... Well, I'm confused. -20. I don't know... That couldn't be a person's age. Obviously, nobody is -20 years old. No, 5-year-olds aren't going to be working either. I'm confused. Maybe it'll say gross income refers to each household's income in the year of the policy change. We categorize households not yet in the late labor force, ages 20 and younger, by their gross income year they entered the labor force. We calculate gross income distribution across all groups of workers. What? I'm a little bit confused by that. I don't fully understand this. Smarter than you at 16 and can better defend my beliefs. Something tells me you want to debate me. You're like rage baiting. I mean, I'm just like reading a fucking study, dude. I don't know. How often do you read studies? If you count the age of the sperm, -20 could be a thing. Deliberately limiting yourself from talking and understanding others that have different life experiences than you is taking comfort in your ignorance. You choose and embrace it. Are you talking to me? I used to be a leftist until I did research. I mean, if you're willing to send me studies that would, like, disprove me, then, like, feel free. I mean, I'm trying to disprove myself right now. I don't fully understand this table. I'm not sure. So this is the 10-year policy. Age at time of policy change. I just don't understand what the fucking... I don't know what age at time of policy change is supposed to represent, because it goes down into the negatives. Obviously, you can't be -20 years old. So I don't know what that's trying to get at. Just debate Sophia. She'll debate you well. Dude, it's almost 11 at night. Or no, it is 11 at night. It's a time offset, not the actual age. Okay. So like 20, so it's saying like 20 years before the 10-year policy takes place? Or... Well, that's interesting. You're 80 to 100th percentile, you would benefit from this policy. The 10-year policy. Oh, if you're a low-skilled worker. Oh, that's interesting. But for high-skilled workers... Huh. Okay. Interesting. Where are they getting these numbers from? Oh, shit. I don't understand this math. I need somebody smart. Can somebody interpret these fucking numbers? Dude, I don't know what this fucking means. I'm sorry. I'm, like, retarded. Can somebody that's actually good at math explain this to me? I don't know what this means. I'm sorry. I don't have enough education to know what this is. No, I can't even see it. What's the gayest thing you've ever done? Try to understand math, apparently. Can someone explain what this means? Okay, maybe... Okay. These projections use a Cobb-Douglas production function... I don't know what the fuck that means. In which aggregate output is the function of the capital stock K and total factor productivity A and a labor aggregate L of T. So wait, what is Y of T? What is... I don't know... Oh, God. I don't know what any of these equations are. So Y of T equals A of T times K of T. I don't even know what this fucking symbol is. Dude. Math is hard for y'all? Yes. Yeah, it is. I've never been a math person. BNWO or Sissy is crazy. YT is the output. I know that, but what is the output trying to find? That's the aggregate. Oh, that's the aggregate output. So Y of T is the aggregate output. Okay. The answer is 4. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've never taken college level math. I mean, I've taken AP stats, but that's like it's like the highest I've done. It's just a formula. It doesn't mean much. No, it means a lot because it absolutely means something. I just don't know what it is. I'm not smart enough for this. Yeah, no, this is like motherfucker in chat is LARPing. Oh yeah, dude, I'm 16 and I totally understand this. Okay, explain it. No, this is not physics. This is statistics. I'm not good with numbers. I finished Calculus 1 pre and college algebra. Well, algebra is pretty fucking easy for the most part. This isn't algebra though. This is going to be equations that are used for stats, obviously, because that's what this is. I haven't taken anything beyond AP stats. But no, this is definitely not a physics equation. Alright, we're gonna have to move past that, I guess. The parameter of... Okay, I don't... Should I just get ChatGPT to interpret the study for me? Okay, in all fairness, algebra is fucking easy. You just, like, intuit it. You just use your intuition and you'll be fine. At least that's what I did. I don't know. I'm pretty fucking lazy, so I never studied. No, fuck AI. Well, I mean, like, what the fuck else am I supposed to? I'm not gonna learn this shit on my. Like, I can't teach myself this. Like, I don't know what this equation means. It doesn't explain it. But I don't know. The problem, my big fear there though is that ChatGPT is gonna be wrong. I'm telling you, it looks like CES. You have to remember the formulas though, right? That's why I didn't like it. Yeah, but I mean, you can. That takes like 5 seconds to memorize, I think. You just have to pay attention in class. You have to vaguely pay attention, I think. Just read the conclusions and you should be good. Yeah, but I'm interested in the methodology, not just the conclusions. We already read the conclusions within the where is it? Yeah, we already read the summary. Yeah, because the first thing we read was the summary, in which it's like, okay, this is like a bad policy, but I'm trying to understand the actual like numbers behind it. And what I want to understand is why it causes harm to all groups except for one for the 10-year policy. That's what I want to know. Elasticity is based on heat for non-elastic material. Okay, shut the fuck. Stop. You're doing... No, this is not physics. This isn't a physics equation. Check Wikipedia for constant elasticity of substitute. Okay, we're going down a whole rabbit hole. We don't need to do this. Okay, we're gonna... nationalimmigrationforum.org. Can we get like something better than a .org? House Committee on the Budget. Download. I don't want to download a file. Okay. Does this have... Where is this from? Is this something that'll disagree with me? I want to find something that disagrees with me. Okay, yeah, this is saying that illegal immigrants are a net fiscal drain. Okay? Meaning that they receive more in government services than they pay in taxes. This result is not due to laziness or fraud. Illegal immigrants actually have high rates of work, and they do pay some taxes, including income and payroll taxes. The fundamental reason that illegal immigrants are a net drain is that they have a low average education level, which results in low average earnings and tax payments. Well, hold on. They're failing to understand or recognize the fact that, like, they're also getting paid less by corporations that are taking advantage of them. It's already a red flag. That's like a very obvious variable that you'd need to account for. It's not just that they have a low education level. We need laborers. First of all, like, first and foremost, we need people that are laborers. Not everyone can have a prestigious white-collar job. We need blue-collar workers, right? That's going to be people that are less educated, right? We need people like that. So I'm already skeptical of this. It also means a large share quality for welfare programs. Wait, what benefits do illegal immigrants receive? Often receiving benefits on behalf of their U.S.-born children. Yeah, but wouldn't that be like a temporary loss, the same way that like any US-born child is like a temporary negative, but they ultimately end up contributing more to the economy? Like, I don't... That would go for like anyone that's, you know, born in the US, would it not? Like their less educated and low-income U.S.-born counterparts, the tax payments of illegal immigrants do not come close to covering the costs they create. Okay. This could be interesting. The current surge of illegal immigration is unprecedented. Some 2.7 million inadmissible aliens have been released into the country by the administration of January 2021. There have also been 1.5 million gotawayers, individuals observed entering illegally but not stopped. Okay. Visa overstays have also had a record. Okay. 69% of adult illegal immigrants have no education beyond high school, compared to 35% of U.S. Yeah, who's gonna have like? Okay, but there have to be some people that do low labor jobs, like the. I don't think that there's too many people doing low wage, low labor jobs. I don't think that that's. I don't think that that's the issue. I mean, the issue is that they're being exploited. They're being exploited for their labor. And that's definitely an issue. Okay. Sorry. Let me. Oh, fuck. I need to stop. Zoom in. Stop being off center. Okay. God damn it. Trying to make it. Oh, you can't even see it. Based on the use rate of major welfare programs, we estimate that illegal immigrants receive 42 billion in benefits. Where are they getting benefits from? 4% of the total cost of cash. Medicaid, food, housing programs examined in our study. There's only a rough approximation due to limitations in the data. Where are they getting the data from? Okay, where are they getting the data from? Do they have, like, sources linked? Academy is used for its estimate. This means the fiscal impact with those of lower levels of education, as well as the average taxpayer, have become more negative. So maybe this is what this person was talking about? Less than high school, negative $173. Lifetime fiscal balance, immigrant only. High school only, minus 69,000. Okay. Use of these programs is important. Yeah, but like, how do you even enter into these programs as an illegal? How can illegal immigrant welfare be so high? High use of welfare by illegal immigrant-headed households is due to several factors. First and most important, more than half of all illegal immigrant households have at least one U.S.-born child, on behalf of whom they can receive benefits. Okay. Is that child not going to get an education and receive... Oh, what did I click on? I'm trying to find... I accidentally clicked on something. Where... Okay. Many states offer Medicaid directly to illegal immigrants. Okay. 6 states offer SNAP benefits to illegal immigrants under limited circumstances. Illegal immigrant children have the same eligibility as citizens for free and subsidized school lunch. Well, yeah, obviously, they're going to be born in the U.S. Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously. No shit. A rough estimate. Where are they getting these numbers from? If I click on this, will it give us... Oh my god. Okay, it does have citations. Where is this? Department of Homeland Security? Here, let's click on this. Let's see. This is one of the things it cites. Okay. Where is this coming from? Okay, this is just... Okay. This is just how many people are in it. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with, like, impact on the economy. Is there more stuff that says similar stuff? I'm trying to see. Okay, oh no, that's violent crime. Impact on economy. It seems like, obviously, there's going to be an accumulation of different sources. Okay, House of Committee budget. Immigrant labor. But this is immigrants broadly. Consumer spending and filling crucial labor needs, boosting GDP, yet also creating fiscal costs for public services, leading to varied economic effects. Okay. Economic contributions are going to be tax revenue, labor force, GDP and innovation, consumer spending. Potential costs and challenges, fiscal strain, wage impact, remittances. Overall economic picture, long-term growth and interdependence. Okay. I'm actually getting some conflicting sources that are saying different things. Okay, that's tax payments. That's 96 billion. How much do illegal immigrants receive in I'll just search benefits US. Oh wait, we already read that. Okay. Wait, so they receive 42 billion in benefits. Okay. In total. But if we look at how much they pay in taxes, what isn't it like 96 billion? Wait. Yeah, 96.7 billion. Wait. Wait, what this is saying is wrong then. Wait. Or is this for... Wait, where the fuck... Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait, if they receive 42 billion in benefits and they're paying 96 billion in taxes, then they would be benefited. Wait. Okay, this is saying, okay, this is just some random news source. I don't know if this is trustworthy, but from 2000 to 2017, undocumented immigrants added 35 to 65 billion in Medicare taxes without receiving benefits. Okay. This is saying that, dude, I'm getting conflicting sources. Dude. I'm getting sources that are telling me the like opposite things. This is saying in total, wait, okay. Non-citizens consumed 109.4 billion benefits in 22. Okay, wait. Okay, so then they'd be... Okay, then they would be a net drain then if they're paying 96 billion in taxes, if that's true. So I'd like to see where that number is coming from. I'm trying to prove myself wrong. Okay. Okay, this is just like some fucking article. I can't say I care what some like shitter article has to say. Okay, I want to know how much. Okay, obviously, non-citizens living in the United States face significant restrictions on access to public benefits. Yeah, obviously. Okay, so this is from the House Committee. Wait. So where's it getting the... No, wait, wrong one. No, this is... Yeah, it's this one. Cost of illegal immigration. Okay. How much are they... Estimate of impact on education level. 68,000. Each illegal immigrant. Okay, wait. 94% of illegal immigrant households have at least one worker, compared to only 73% of US-born households. But the nation's welfare system is designed to help low-wage workers with children, which describes a very large share of illegal immigrant households. Yeah. I don't see why that's a problem. 68.1 billion in cost. But that goes for based on average cost per year. The 4 million children of legal immigrants in public schools created 68.1 billion. Vast majority of these children are US born. Okay. Where is the fiscal impact of illegal immigration? Okay, this is free New York. Dude, this is like, it's kind of complicated. Public education. Federal expenditures, 170 billion. 226 billion on Medicaid. Illegal immigrants share indicates they account for 4% of the programs. Okay, so 42 billion. Okay, that's where this number is coming from. This means illegal immigrants received 42 billion from these programs in 2021. Okay? It's a rough estimate. So maybe they're combining this with like 68.1 billion a year for the current stage. Cost of the uninsured. Oh, this is something that was brought up. As already discussed, illegal immigrant households make extensive use of Medicaid. 1/5 of those without health insurance before the current border crisis were illegal immigrants. Yeah, well, we should make it easier for them to get health insurance. That seems like the solution. Okay, so apparently it's a okay, so apparently they do use welfare. The notion that they don't pay taxes is also mistaken. Yeah, obviously they're going to pay sales tax and user fees. Even renters may pay. Okay, wait, how much do they pay in tax? Dude, I have so many tabs open right now. What's this? Okay. Oh no, that's just some random site. Some like news site or whatever. That's violent crime. Wait. And obviously, it seems to be the case that according to this, allowing them to immigrate would be beneficial. Look at all this additional money we would get. Pay substantial amounts, blah, blah, blah. Does it talk about how much it costs in terms of welfare and stuff? Because this is only talking about the amount they pay in taxes. It's not giving me the... Okay. Okay. So Social Security tax, employment tax. Okay. But does it talk about... I don't like... Dude, I feel like no matter where I look, I'm not getting the full picture. What's this? Okay, obviously ASOP. Undocumented immigrants are largely ineligible for most federal means tested benefits, such as Social Security, SNAP, regular Medicaid, and SSI. Any quote-unquote benefits they receive are primarily limited to emergency medical care and public education for their U.S.-born children, which are mandated by law. Okay. National Immigration Form. What's this? Is it going to tell me something different? I'm getting sources that tell me like things that are literally fucking contradictory. Like it's just like, is that political science research always goes? Yeah, this is so fucking annoying. This is like, you know, maybe I should just go back to debating trans issues. Jesus fuck. Okay. This is saying that generally undocumented immigrants are not eligible. In some states, 26 states make immigrants eligible for state-funded benefit programs. Does it give us numbers? Okay, I'm not interested in what the protocols are. Okay, wait. States immigrants generate $2.4 billion in tax revenue per year in Arizona, which more than offsets the $1.4 billion in their use of program benefits. Another study in Florida estimated that on a per capita basis, immigrants state pay nearly $1,500 more in taxes per capita than they receive in public benefits. Okay. This is so fucking annoying because I'm getting like... Do undocumented children have access to public education? Both documented and undocumented immigrants pay more into public benefit programs than they take out. According to Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, undocumented immigrants contribute an estimated $11.74 billion to state and local economies each year. However, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for many of the federal or state benefits that their tax dollars help fund. Okay. How much do legal immigrants use federal public benefit programs? Legal immigrants use federal benefit programs at lower rates than U.S.-born citizens. Interesting. So it actually costs the programs less than U.S.-born citizens. Okay. Interesting. The political science is more complicated than you would think. Jesus. What's this? This looks like a fucking random article. Wait, no. Wait. Is this a study? Or is this an article? Let's see. Can undocumented immigrants get SNAP or Medicaid? The truth about federal benefits. Do they qualify for federal health care benefits? No, they do not. Okay. They're unable to purchase health insurance coverage from the Affordable Care Act, Marketplace. Are there any exceptions where undocumented immigrants could still get health care benefits? Okay, like emergency care. Low-income non-citizens who don't qualify for Medicare because of their immigration status can receive emergency treatments under the 1986 Emergency Medical Care Treatment and Active Labor Act. Okay. The Federal Emergency Medicaid Program then reimburses hospitals for emergency medical services, limited only to those needed to stabilize an individual who is at risk of permanent injury or death. Non-citizens do not receive any direct benefits from emergency Medicaid, only hospitals. However, due to new restrictions under President Trump's OBBBA, states will receive far less funding for these emergency services beginning on October 1st of 2026. Okay. No, they don't qualify for SNAP benefits. Okay. However, SNAP benefits are provided to households rather than individuals. If, for example, the head of a household is undocumented, they may still apply for SNAP benefits for their U.S. citizen children, but benefits are calculated based on the number of eligible people in the household, so the assistance would only cover the U.S. citizen children, not the entire household. Okay. Can other immigrants receive SNAP benefits? Yes, but the majority must wait years before they can qualify. Okay. Immigrants pay into healthcare benefits. Okay, 650. Okay, this is just immigrants broadly. Interesting. Getting so much contradictory messaging from this. How does immigration affect the U.S. economy? I'm too stupid for this. I'm sorry. Political theory is hard. Well, yeah, obviously. Obviously it is. Well, that's why I'm looking into it. This is why I have a nuanced take. But yeah, I mean, looking into this my own, this is more likely to convince me than anyone debating me, to be fair. That's so real. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You're not stupid. No, I am fairly stupid. I'm a YouTuber, so of course I'm stupid. How could I not be? Why would shelter be a human right? So that you don't die on the streets, obviously. Someone has to pay for it. Yeah, rich people who already have more than enough. Yeah. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I don't think that Jeff Bezos being able to buy his 47th Lamborghini is a human right. So they should go to work. Wait, you think that homeless people can all get hired? If there's like some like homeless person with like fucked up teeth who hasn't had access to a shower in months, if not years, you know, they're wearing really dirty clothes, do you think that McDonald's is going to hire them? Be so for real. You're smarter than you give yourself credit for. I barely scratch the surface of most topics that are even remotely intellectual. I just, you know. I think you're conflating rhetorical effectiveness with intelligence. These are not the same thing. Maybe I'll debate Sophia at some point. What does Sophia want to debate me on? So you think that we got hired? We had to invent bagels to sell? What? I'm confused. From the research, immigrants are good and rich people are bad? Yes, that's true. But it's more complex than that. There's like definitely a lot more that goes into economics, and like I don't have a firm grasp of economics, right? You can debate her on Zionism. She's great on that point. Oh dear. I don't know if I want to have another Israel-Palestine debate. You debate abortion incorrectly, Femi. No, I don't. Because at the end of the day, it's ultimately an ethical discussion. She'll explain to you why Israel is based. Oh dear. I don't know if I want to have an Israel debate right now. That doesn't sound particularly interesting. That's what I said. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The whole fucking Israel-Palestine thing is very uninteresting to me right now. I'll prove it. Okay. Zionism is bad. Leftists agree. Hating Israel is not Zionism. Yeah, obviously. Debater on capitalism? I already had a debate about that. Or immigration. I had a debate about that. And then I did a bunch of research on it. Have a nuanced take. I'm getting contradictory information. I'm getting new stuff that's saying the opposite. I'm getting other new stuff that's saying the opposite of the opposite. So the same of... Yo, thank you, Batal Crafter, for the $15. You beautiful fucking bastard, saying Streamlabs isn't working for today for me. Not sure if something has changed. Well, that's weird. It should work. It works for me. Whenever I click on it, it's not like a... Yeah, I can click on it. Is it like not loading, or is it not letting you donate? Debate me on Game of the Year? Dude, I don't know shit about that. Let's see. Noticing that you don't have a firm grasp on something is honestly a pretty difficult intellectual skill to learn, and developing nuanced opinions. Yeah, I mean... Ultimately, I need to do more research when it comes to immigration, to be honest. The credit card option doesn't come up anymore? What? Why? Only PayPal works on Streamlabs at EKY? Has it always been like this? Or is this new? Wait. I'm gonna have to fix that. That's so fucking weird. It was not like that before. I'll see if I can fix that after I'm done streaming. I can explain abortion quite simply and hopefully change your mind. I've heard a lot of people say that. It comes up, but it's broken? Shit, okay. It might be an issue with Streamlabs. I don't know. Maybe they're doing something. I'll try again next time. Yeah, that's weird. Abortion and women's rights, true. Hold on. I really need to pee. I'm gonna be right back. Sorry, chat. I agree, but she debates it wrong. Well, I haven't heard a solid counter-argument. I mean, I do the classic sperm reductio. I talk about moral consideration, because ultimately it's an ethical debate. But I'm far more radical about abortion. The way she debates it isn't ideal. I understand most people do like the bodily autonomy argument, but I'd rather just do like a basic ethical argument, because like most of these motherfuckers are like, oh, life begins at conception, blah, blah, blah. All that fucking stupid shit. Right, go piss girl? Alright, yeah, be right back. Anyways. Okay. Hold on. Alright, we back. We back. I like moths. They are so cute and fluffy. Oh, hell yeah. Tarantulas are better. I like spiders too. Spiders are cool. Spiders are cool and epic. Anyways. I'm back and drunk. Real. What am I hearing? Oh, that's my cat. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. You think I'm hearing things. Mommy, I was here for you. You didn't need the toilet. Okay, dude. Okay. Great chat message. Merry Christmas in advance. Comrade Sophia is waiting to debate you. All right. Fine. I'm tired. Which one is Sophia? Oh, it's S. Brooks. Okay, it's that person. Okay, you're on the air. I'm so fucking tired. Make it quick, please. Fine.
One sec. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so I wanted to argue debate on Zionism.
Oh dear. Also,
Go
I hear a
on.
bit of an echo.
Hold on, let me try to solve that real quick. Is that any better?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I can't hear myself anymore. Good.
Hopefully. Wonderful. So I wanted to
okay.
debate on especially Zionism. I believe you have a stance that is anti-Israel or like anti-Zionism. Is this true?
Yeah, I do.
Alright, so why do you think I want to know first in your hold on perspective, why do you think that our movement is illegitimate? Why do you think that we're settler colonials?
Well, I'm of the belief that I don't think that any ethno-state is legitimate. I think that treating Palestinians like second-class citizens, which Israel does, is you know, not morally permissible. So I'm obviously going to be against the thing that's not morally permissible.
Right, but in the beginning, they don't even. First of all, we need to define Palestinians. What is their national identity? You know, they come into Israel, they work, but again, what makes them Palestinian?
Well, at this point, the fact that they're treated like second-class citizens seems to be the major distinction.
So I'm a Turkish citizen and I'm treated like a second-class citizen. I'm a Kurd. That doesn't change anything. Everyone is treated like a second-class citizen, even when
Well, no,
I'm in
not
Israel.
everyone. Well, yeah, and
How
that's, and
so?
that's
So why am I
bad.
treated
And that's
differently?
bad. That's
So
bad.
it doesn't change it. So what I wanted to get into is then how can people that came from Jordan and Egypt when we got exiled be given this title, this illegitimate title, this illegitimate endorsement that they are the rightful owners of the land? This makes no sense. Why, when they
Wait, do
dig
you
up?
think my argument is based on who owns the land?
Yes, that has something to do as well.
No,
And
my argument is based on human rights. I think that obviously
Human
I'm not in
rights.
favor of removing all of the fucking Israeli citizens from Israel. I'm not in favor of that, right?
But right. So, but you believe that they
I'm
have
against
a
them having an
national identity
ethno-state.
connection.
I think that Palestinians should have just as much rights as Israeli citizens. I know, crazy take.
That is maybe the first time I've ever heard of this. All right. So, but
Yes, human rights are good actually.
Huh?
I said human rights are good actually.
Right, but when the area is an active war zone and when the IDF sends notices telling them to leave the area of impact, then how is it a human rights concern when we tell them?
Wait, hold on. First of all, bombing innocent aid workers, bombing children's hospitals, shit like that. I mean, obviously that's not going to be justified, but beyond that, it's not like Palestinians were treated like first-class citizens before October 7th. So I don't see, like, why do you think October 7th occurred in the first place? What do you think caused that? Do you think it happened out of the blue?
No, of course not. They were planning to do this several times. Why
were they planning on doing that? What was the incentive structure?
Because they hate us. Because they hate us.
Why?
Why? Because we came to get our land back, and
to get your land
they don't
back?
like Jews.
Why is it your land?
It's my land because my forefathers got exiled from this land.
Yeah. Why is it not their land? They fucking live there. Like, it's also their land.
They live there, but they don't. Yes, but historically, everything in Medinat Israel is like modern day Medinat Israel. There's no Palestinian coin. There's no Palestinian documents. There's nothing to connect them to that land. They might have had illegal settlements on the land.
Maybe wait. Illegal according to what standard?
Illegal according to settling. Coming in.
How are they illegal settlers? I'm confused.
Wonderful. Because when the Roman, hold on, in 6 CE, when the Romans exiled us, right? What happened is they renamed the whole peninsula, the section on the map, to Palestine, but that comes from Greek, and then they
Okay,
Romanized.
why do I care about this? Oh, no, they fucking renamed it. Who cares?
It has a
What does
lot
that
to
have to do
do.
with anything? No, it really
This-
doesn't. I don't care that oh no, they fucking renamed it to Palestine. Who gives a shit? Okay, they live there. It doesn't seem justifiable to just,
Yeah, but
you know,
when you
obviously,
think of it,
so for the same reasons that I'm not in favor of, removing, the Israeli citizens from Israel, I'm also not in favor of removing the Palestinians or having them be
Yes, but
treated like
they're-
second-class citizens. How about, I don't know, like a one-state solution where
national
everyone is
security.
fucking equal?
they're a
What
threat
about
to national security.
how are they a threat to national security? If there was a
Because they
one-state
bomb
solution, say for
buses,
instance,
the Jerusalem bus bombings.
who is there? Is it all
It's the
Palestinians or is it like a
Palestinians,
select
so-called
minority?
It's not a minority. You could
It
talk
is a
to.
minority.
How is it a minority? Have you been there? Have you done IDF
Well,
service?
I don't have to be there to know that, it's going to be statistically the case that most Palestinians aren't fucking suicide bombers.
Well, a big majority of them cheered on 9/11 when when Osama, when the Osama.
I wonder why they would hate the West. I can't possibly think of a single reason why.
Why is the West bringing them in? That's another question. Why is the West bringing them in if they hate the West?
Are they? Are we?
Yes.
How many of them are we bringing
Yes.
in?
I've heard
Not
of at
all of
least
them
two.
hate the West. Well, obviously some
Not-
of them don't hate the West because they're moving
Right
to the West.
in I believe it was in Sweden, 400 or so Palestinians were brought in,
Okay.
and a big majority, 40% didn't study. University didn't.
What
What's
does
it
that
called?
have to do? What does that have to do with the argument at hand?
Because they are genocidal. They want to kill everything in front of them.
So they moved to Sweden to commit a genocide. What the fuck are you talking
Not
about?
a genocide, no, to kill the locals, to kill
The
people.
local Swedes. They're there to kill the local Swedish.
Someone
people?
was killed just
really?
because he burnt the Quran. Yeah.
Okay, so somebody committed murder. So that means that all Palestinians are murderers because what about this one Palestinian that did murder? It's like, well, yeah, that one person that's Palestinian sucks. That doesn't reflect all Palestinians.
Well, it does point an image, doesn't it?
Of one
You have to be
person.
Not one person, several
You're just
people.
you're taking this one anecdote of, well, what about the one Palestinian that killed a Swedish person? Okay, yeah, that's bad.
Right.
What's your
and then
fucking
the
point?
others, 200. I don't know the exact numbers at hand. I could pull them up later on. But 200 or so committed violent crimes. So
200 out of how many?
I believe it was like 500 or so.
Really? Where are you getting this
Yes.
number from?
Hold on, I have it on my phone here. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you send me the source?
Yeah. Meanwhile, hold
I
on.
also don't see why that should ruin it for the other 300. Not to mention the fact that this amount of tension has been incentivized from them not being treated like first-class citizens. That's the reason that there's tension in the first place. You know that, right?
So do we have the authority to then kill Turks just because we were oppressed in our own land that we weren't able to speak Kurdish? Same argument here.
I mean, it would be understandable, yeah, but I'm not saying I would endorse that, but
You wouldn't endorse that, but then this
but
clearly shows a
I would
bias.
argue that Kurds should be treated like first-class citizens. That's my argument, right? And I extend
People
the
who-
same line of
this is-
logic
this
to
is-
Palestinians. It's like the
This
most
is the
easy
same
line
logic-
of logic.
This is the same
Yeah,
logic
the
where you
logic-
said before that migrants should be let into the United States, and that it costs $70,000 or so to remove them, right? But this is a national security interest. Same thing here.
What? I didn't even bring up national security when I was
No.
talking about immigration.
In 20 minutes ago, you stated that it costs. I believe you were showing the source, a
Yeah,
document.
I was showing it that it costs money to deport people. Yeah.
Yes, but
That
it's
has
a
nothing
national
to do-
security.
That has nothing to do with whether or not it's a national security risk. We weren't even talking about that. Now, if you want to talk about national security risks, what would the national security risk be of, I don't know, having Kurds be first-class citizens or having Palestinians be first-class citizens, respectively? How is that a national security risk?
Those who are taught to hate us in school, these people?
I mean, they're given a valid reason to hate the Israeli government.
No,
they're
no,
given
they're
a reason.
not given a valid reason.
They're not given a valid reason to hate their oppressors?
21% of Israelis are Arabs.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
it's reasonable that they would hate the Israeli government, the government that
and
oppresses
then
them.
work in Israel and have a permanent resident. I'm only talking about 21 of the population, 21% that is a citizen, not the other rest that are a resident or have a work permit. That's a huge difference.
Okay, well, either way, I'm gonna still argue that regardless of what the percentage is, I think that all Palestinians should be given the same rights by default as all Israeli citizens. Like, I feel like that's pretty fucking
Jews,
reasonable.
Not the government.
Oh, they hate the Jews. Yeah, and that's wrong that they hate the Jews, but you know why? Do you want to know why? Do you want to know where that hatred comes from? The fact that they're being oppressed, the fact that their material conditions are fucked, the fact that they associate with the Israeli government does. The fact of the matter is they associate what the Israeli government does with Israeli citizens. And because they've encountered IDF members that, treat them very fucking poorly and fucking kill their families, they're going to be radicalized against them. Now, I'm not saying it's right for them to be, radicalized against Jewish people broadly. I've never made that claim. Can you understand the material conditions that would cause that?
No, I can't. I can't understand from my own perspective as well. We've been oppressed for years and years, hundreds of years. But this doesn't explain for me.
Therefore, it's okay to oppress another group of people?
No, I'm not saying this is about oppression, but I'm not saying that if a group of people are,
it's absolutely about oppression.
If a group of people are oppressed, then this doesn't give them a valid reason to get guns and then shoot a bus. What the fuck are they meant to do? What fellow Ashkenaz?
They've already. Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing is that they've already tried peaceful solutions and they never got.
Which we offered them. We offered them.
You fucking didn't. You offered them.
Yes, we did.
We offered
them in 1947. We offered them in 1947, 67.
When did you? Yeah, when did you offer? Yeah, when was the last time you offered for them to be? I don't know. First-class citizens.
We offered them to establish their own state in with Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump. So explain me why they didn't.
Why can't they be first-class citizens in Israel?
Because they're not Israelis. They don't fit the national identity of the Israelis. The Medinati
So fucking what? They were there first.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they fucking were, retard.
So you said initially that this doesn't have anything to do with the ownership of the land, but now you're putting this into,
they were fucking born there. Yeah, they were born there.
I was born there too. What does this change? Nothing.
No, what it means is that everyone that's born there should have basic human fucking rights. I know. Whoa,
but if you were born in some other country that is not citizenship on birth, then what happens? You're not a citizen of that nation.
Yeah, that's wrong. And that's wrong.
How is that wrong? It's national identity.
The way that the U.S. does it is right. But why do you care about national identity? Who gives a fuck?
You're
all human beings at the end of the day. Why does it matter?
It does. It impacts the culture of society. It impacts the security of society. It impacts peace. Yes, it does.
What about my culture? You do realize that, I don't know, say for instance, America, despite being a melting pot, our culture, if anything, is, benefited from immigration.
There's no national identity.
Yeah. Who cares? Why is that bad? That's a problem. Explain why that's a problem.
Huh? Explain why that's a problem.
Explain why that's a problem.
You've got black neighborhoods with higher crime. You've got
okay, why? Why is the crime higher? Do you think
Somalians in Minnesota committing COVID-19?
Wait, hold on. Wait, do you think that black people commit more crimes because of cultural reasons? You don't think it has anything to do with their socioeconomic status, which on average is going to be lower due to the downstream effects of redlining?
No, they can work. BLM was not a protest for black rights.
Right. It's very easy to get jobs everywhere. That's so true. Why
Yeah,
is
you
it the
can.
case that why do you think it's the case that black people are disproportionately in poorer neighborhoods? Do you think that might have something to do with
They
the
should go
generational
study. They
wealth
should
gap?
go to university. If they
Oh,
should
they should go study, right?
They should.
Yeah,
They
'cause
should start
university
doing
is
unicorns. They
free.
should build
Right,
businesses that
because
actually
university is
benefit the
free.
government.
Oh, yeah, everyone can just make a business and go to university.
Yes, they
That
can.
doesn't cost
I got-
money.
I was
Oh my
homeless for
God.
8 months. I only had a salary of what, $500 a month.
Oh my
So
God,
what?
this is
They
a
can set up a
joke.
business. Everyone can.
Oh yeah, dude, everyone can just make a successful business. That's so true.
Successful or not, it doesn't
So
matter.
fucking
It's about
stupid.
it. It's
If
about
anyone can make
trying.
a
They don't even try. They don't even try.
If anyone could make a successful business, don't you think there'd be a lot more people making successful businesses right now?
It's not just about successful business. It's about going out and even like trying, putting your foot outside. If you put your foot out,
dude,
it
if
will
you just
become the rest.
touch grass, you could just make a successful business. You could be the next Jeff Bezos.
No, not exactly. No, I disagree.
Oh, but you could at least make 6 figures if you just try hard enough.
Yeah.
Right.
If you do.
This is the stupidest. Okay, why is it
No,
the
it's
case
not.
that
Why
people
don't they
that
work?
work
Why
their
don't they
fucking
try?
asses off doing backbreaking labor at jobs they fucking hate never get there?
Why
is that the case?
Why don't they?
Is because they're not trying hard enough?
No,
why don't you just make a big business?
because their work doesn't has lower value. They work by their time. They don't
yes.
work by a skill. They don't
No.
use an effort. All they do, let's say a fucking post carrier.
So it's not about
All the
effort?
thing it's about
wait, you don't
time. They
thi-
get
wait, you
paid
don't
on their
thi-
time.
Right. Wait, so you don't think that it has anything to do, you don't think that, like, I don't know, like being an Amazon worker, you don't think that requires effort? You don't think that
No,
that's
it's just moving
backbreaking
shit
labor?
around. That's all you do.
No, you're just you're
Yes.
breaking your back, moving a bunch of shit around.
Yeah.
And fucking
It's just
terrible
moving shit around,
conditions,
that's all
getting
you
no
do.
fucking with like no bathroom breaks. Yeah, dude. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Yeah, oh, it's such an easy job. Why don't you go work at Amazon then? Go work at Amazon for a month and see how long you last. Go
Sure,
go work in an Amazon warehouse. You've worked in an Amazon warehouse for more than a month?
Yes, in Istanbul. Yeah, we have them.
Right. And you
Yes.
worked there?
Yes, for 2 months. Yes, I have.
How was it? You were full time?
It was high. It's not always full time. No, they wouldn't give you the time.
So you were a part-time worker. You weren't even a full-time employee.
So, what does that have to do? That has nothing to do.
Yeah, there are people that work full-time.
So they should do something that actually impacts the economy instead of just boxing packages.
What? Wait, you don't think
Yeah.
that there needs to be people boxing packages? You don't think that
No,
contributes
that
to the
can be
economy?
automated. That's going to be
Oh,
automated.
that can be. Oh, it's going to be automated, right? And
Yeah.
when it's automated, who's going to benefit from that if not the wealthy elite?
Come on.
Oh,
Because
everyone,
they
really,
Yes.
really. Everyone's
Yes.
going to benefit from more money going to Jeff Bezos's pockets. Of course, of course. How could I forget?
At the end of the day, new industries open, and instead of working at a packaging facility, they should go and make startups. They should make again innovation.
Oh, yeah, just
That's the
make,
problem.
Just make innovation, dude. Oh, if
You
only I had
understand- no,
thought of
you
that. If
understand-
only
you
I had
understand what
thought
I'm
to
saying.
innovate stuff.
So
Have
they
you-
should go
if
to
you're
school. They
homeless,
should go to
if you're
school.
poor, have you ever considered going into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to get a college education and then inventing stuff?
My country
Thank you.
my country isn't as shit as yours, but at least I can study for my exam, and I could get a full scholarship. There's no problem in that.
Is education free in your country?
Yes, if you have a scholarship, yes. Otherwise, you pay
Oh,
what,
how do you get a
$20,000? Yeah.
Right. How do you get a scholarship?
You just have to ace the exam. That's it. You just have to be
Oh,
very good. And
Do you
it's
think?
not.
Do you think that everyone can ace the exam? Do you think everybody has the
No,
potential to do
not in
that?
like the US, because they have
Oh.
programs like SAT. That's the problem.
Wow. Oh, the problem is the SAT. Okay. Do you
For
think that
ranking,
everyone?
yes,
Do you think that everyone is going to be able to ace the exam? Statistically, there are going to be some people that are better at
course.
school than others. Correct.
Right, but does this explain?
Right. Do you
this
think that
doesn't
that's
explain it.
purely based on skill, or do you think that some people have higher fluid intelligence than others?
That's something that can develop.
Oh, that's something that anyone can develop. Really?
Yes.
So why is it the case that there are people that work their fucking asses off that don't develop that?
They're stupid.
Oh, they're
Bluntly.
stupid.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're stupid.
yeah, sure, they're stupid. And that's their fault. How exactly?
They should do something else. If
They
something
should
doesn't
do
work,
something
do something else.
else.
Yes.
So
You
what
have
do you want
software
them to do
engineers
if they
hopping from
can't?
jobs to jobs.
If they
You know.
can't, Yeah, if they can't get a higher education, if they can't get a scholarship for a higher education, meaning that they'd have to be, more than just, they have to be within the top 1%,
No, it's
if not
that's
better than that. Yes, you would. In order to get a
No.
scholarship, you absolutely have to.
no. You don't.
You don't.
I don't know how your system is
Right,
over
'cause
there.
everybody gets a
We-
scholarship.
Yeah, the system is
Right.
different here. We are half
Okay, well,
Democrat.
maybe if everyone gets a scholarship, then in wherever the fuck you're from,
Of course, that's not
awesome.
going to happen. Realistically, that's never going to happen.
Oh, that's
Because
never gonna
you know who
happen.
pays it? The taxpayers pay
Oh.
it. But people who are actually
Oh.
willing to learn, of course, why not give them a scholarship? That's good use of taxpayer money. Unlike, I don't know, spending that money and giving it to people in California, like to the homeless shelters that only that don't even put out.
Don't give it to the homeless. Let them starve more. Let them starve
No, I'm
and
not
freeze
saying
to
that.
death.
I'm saying to the homeless shelters that intentionally institutionalize and keep homeless people on the street so that they get more money.
How do
Instead
homeless
just-
shelters keep homeless people on the street? They do the literal fucking opposite. What are
Drugs.
we talking about?
Drugs.
Oh right, because of the homeless shelters that are funding their drug addictions. Right.
They're not funding it. They're
Oh.
allowing it.
Where are they getting?
Yeah.
Where are they getting the drugs from?
Stealing and buying it from a dealer.
Oh,
What else do you
stealing,
think is gonna happen?
stealing and buying from the dealer. And
So
where are these
explain me
dealers?
then
Are
the
they in the homeless
carjackings
shelters?
in San
Are
Francisco,
they in the
then it
homeless
makes no
shelter?
sense.
Are the dealers in the homeless shelters?
No, but the government doesn't do
very
anything about that. That's
interesting.
the thing.
Oh, what do you want the government to do?
They should be arrested.
They should be
The
arrested
homeless-
for having an addiction? Why not rehabilitate it?
Sure, that works as well, but that's a burn on the taxpayer system.
Okay.
And especially when the country is always
so you don't want them to be rehabilitated. It's like if you have a drug addiction, fuck you, I guess.
No, they can rehabilitate. This is a net positive for the government and for the people. It's a net positive, so why not fund it? Of course,
Okay,
there's a
good.
relapse risk. Look, there is a relapse risk, but the thing is, you shouldn't be like Canada when you fucking do this, because in Canada, you can't even get an appointment. They're like, just come in for 4 months later, like in the UK.
Yeah,
the
that's
NHS.
because the system is underfunded. Yes.
It doesn't. Still, the people who have drug addictions get priority, but the normal people don't. It doesn't matter if it's publicly funded. Then why don't they get private funding?
For what? Priority for
Priority
what?
for-
Private
So drug
funding, what's the
addicts-
economic incentive?
To get a net positive from someone who's a drain on the economy.
Why would private corporations care?
Why wouldn't they? It's a national interest, and that's the problem. If you don't have national identity, you won't have businesses even helping the locals.
You think that businesses care about the national economy beyond how they can benefit from it? You think they give a fuck about the greater good? You think that greedy owners of capital give a shit about our collective well-being?
Yeah. I donated.
I'm sorry. This
20
is
houses.
you're
I donated.
fucking retarded. I'm sorry, dude. I can't. I cannot deal with somebody that stupid. I'm sorry. Yeah, dude. Corporations totally have our best interest in mind. Yeah, all right. You're a fucking shill. I'm sorry. Actual shill. You lost the debate. So true. Get me in, chef, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm so fucking... Dude, I thought that person was gonna make it quick, but they weren't gonna stop anytime soon. We got a Zionist shill. She made more sense than they did. True. You need to tell me to stop using 4chan? Why? Why do I need to tell you that? Use it or don't, I don't care. Yeah, 4chan is entertaining, exactly. Oh, was Emad or Emma D the person that I just debated? Or wait, no, that was, or was that the other person? Nick Fuentes over Zionist? No, Nick Fuentes is retarded for other reasons. But Nick Fuentes is also a fucking idiot. But That's a whole different can of worms. Nah, I was the libertarian, the French one. Okay, I don't. Okay, so Sophia Brooks was the woman I debated. I'd rather be friends with Groypers than Zionist. I wouldn't want to be friends with either. She's lovely, isn't she? She's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. She's pretty dumb. Not disparaging the differently abled. Just saying Emad is slow mentally. Yeah. As Christian would say, she's or that they're one of the slow in the minds, okay? They're one of the slow in the minds. Nah, she's not pretty dumb, she's just pretty. I haven't seen what she looks like. Yo, thank you, I love CakeLol666 for the 2 saying ACAB human rights. I agree. I agree. Thank you for the dono. How does it feel to be a character of Zionist? An amoral snake who pretends to have genuine principles, only to turn into a mask-off sadistic demon when pressed about your beliefs? Damn. Nick doesn't care about the genocidal nature of Israel, he's just using it to peddle actual anti-Semitism? Yeah, exactly. I view people like Nick Fuentes and Zionists as two ends of the same coin. They both perpetuate anti-Semitism in their own unique way. Are all cups bad? I would say that I wouldn't say that like on an individual basis necessarily, but I would say institutionally, yeah. Institutionally, they are incentivized to do bad things. Zionists don't believe humans are equal. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I don't know, how much can I realistically argue with somebody that doesn't believe in basic human rights? All cops are bad based on the fact that they contribute to a bad system. So based on all, yeah, exactly. There's a difference between like, you know, them all being like bad people. Like I wouldn't say that all cops are bad people per se. I would just say that they contribute to harm because of the system that they contribute to. We aren't equal with those people. Yeah, you're right. You're inferior. I wish my racist immigrant race watched you and acknowledged that not all white people are evil. I mean, do people actually think that all white people are evil? I don't think anyone believes that. Or if they do, they're fucking crazy, but I feel like that goes for like essentialization of any category of people, which is obviously going to be wrong, right? Yeah, those people. It's literally just like retarded us versus them mentality with no rational basis behind it. That's what it boils down to. Yes, trust me, no lie. Well, damn. Yeah, people that believe shit like that are pretty stupid. But that goes for the essentialization of any group of people on the basis of some sort of immutable characteristic, whether it be skin color, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. Generalization is almost always illogical. It depends. I feel like it's fair to like generalize Nazis as being fucking pieces of shit. I don't think that there is a single Nazi that I could have a positive opinion of, for instance. Unless they stop being a Nazi. People are only anti-white because of global intervention from the West fucking other countries. It's defensive. I agree to an extent. I don't believe it comes from like a malicious place per se. Like I do understand the reasoning behind it, but I would also just say that the belief itself is irrational. It's like I understand where it comes from, but like if someone's like of the belief that I'm evil because I'm white, then like yeah, that's fucking stupid. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back. Damn, I need to brush my hair too. Yeah. So pretty. Thank you. Any true biblical Jew is a Zionist, so the only good ones are secular. I don't know about that. Short hair supremacy. I never have to brush my hair. Yeah, I don't like the look of short hair as much as long hair. Long hair just looks better. Especially on me. I do not miss having short hair. Actually, no, the short hair that like went down to like my eyebrows. Past my forehead. I liked that. Like when I had like a floofy sort of fucking, I don't know. You do look adorable for me. Well, thank you. I have curly hair as well, but brushing it fucks up my curls. Real. No, that's because at their core, that's what they are. If people are objectively bad and you generalize them as bad, is it really that much of a generalization? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess not. Like, yeah, if a core belief of a group of people is Nazi ideology, right? And the category is people that believe in Nazi shit, you know, then it's like, yeah, I feel like it's fair to categorize that. Our hair is like the same length, or real. I love my long hair. Me too. Me too. I'm a guy with short hair for a guy. Oh, damn. See, I could never. I could never. Actually, no, I used to, and I did not like it. I just did it to fit in, basically. I just wanted to, like, not have people suspect that I was gay or trans. Yo, thank you, I love cake 666. For the two saying, Mommy Ellie says moi and keep up the good fight. Aw, thank you. Thank you. You always look adorable, Femi. Thank you. Sorry for being mean earlier, Femi. I just wanted to debate. Yeah, no worries. No, I don't blame you. I'm just fucking tired, dude. I'm fucking tired. Is your tea making my hair grow even faster? Yeah, from what I understand, it does that. It'd be like that. But yeah, no, I'm too fucking tired to debate more people. I mean, we're almost 4 hours into the stream. Be my wife? I don't even know what you look like. I'm sorry. Are you hot? I love cake lol. Are you in the Discord? Do you have me on Discord even? I would need to see what you look like. Know if you're my type. Which should be based on looks and personality. Very? You're very hot? Okay. Yes, I'm in the Discord. Can you DM me? Can you send me a DM saying who you are and then like face reveal? I'm just in the waiting room. I was on video last time, Gur. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I don't remember. I have no memory. I'm sorry. Can I join the Discord if it's still open? Yeah, I have a community server and a debate server. Feel free to join either. But I'm done with debates for the night. I'm like, it's hard to find things to debate Femi about because we agree too much. Yeah. I mean, you could debate me on my rhetorical strategy for abortion debate at some point if that's something you're interested in. I'm just fucking tired. I'll face reveal on stream that ass. I mean, if you want, but I'm so tired. Ish okay, I forgive you. Thank you. Yeah, I can never debate her because I agree with everything she says. Let's debate best ice cream. Sweet cream is probably the best. Then cake batter, and then yeah, I don't know. Femyoz, do you like all people equally, or are you a trans supremacist? Neither. I like some people more than I like other people, but not on the basis of whether or not they're trans. To me, whether or not somebody is trans is almost an irrelevant variable. Like I would take a cis ally over a self-hating transphobic trans person any day. I'm a basic bitch. I like vanilla. I mean, me too. If it's like a good French vanilla, then like that can be pretty fucking good. Anyways. Drag me in, goofball. Alright. If you insist. If you insist. Alright. Wait, which one? Which one are you? Yes, cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is yummy. Wait, Sir Ryan, which one are you? Which one are you? Which one is you? Damn, not me. Maybe you could be next. I don't know. I didn't intend on doing another one. The side hoe? Okay. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yo, what's
Got a
up?
new stream now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Hold up. I gotta close this. Gotta open this. His
Oh,
face
I'm too
reveal time.
tired. We're almost.
I understand. We don't gotta debate on nothing. That's fine.
Oh, wait. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. All right. So I
Do I
don't.
pass for younger?
No, I
Never
just
gotten
wanted to
that
make
before.
sure. No, I just want to make sure that if I
That's
if I say anything that you're of age.
If you say anything, what are you gonna say about me?
Well, I don't know. It's like if hypothetically, if I were to say that you're like kind of cute, for instance, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, I just I need to
Chill.
make sure you're an adult first.
Okay,
You know.
that's fair, but
You're
my
cute,
makeup
but the
looks
mess in the background is not cute, but it's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I'd have time
Yeah.
to clean. I put my
Well,
makeup on in
damn.
like 15
It's
minutes.
okay.
so it
My
looks so
room is
bad.
messy too. No, you're
Yeah,
good.
you call me out, bro. You can't even follow one of Jordan Peterson's most easy to follow rules.
What? Wash your foreskin? I don't have foreskin.
What?
I thought that was something he
What?
said. Didn't he say wash your foreskin? It's like, dude, I
think that
can't
was-
do that. All I have is penile shaft skin.
It sounds like a condition. Girl, you need to get that checked out.
What? No, I don't have foreskin. I was circumcised. What do you mean that's a condition? It's the condition of it was removed when I was an infant. So
Peel it
I have no
back.
no foreskin to wash.
I mean, you can still wash it after. It should probably be washed after you remove it. If you think
Azel
about it,
wants
like,
to
it's
know
gonna
if
be-
you Azel wants to know if you fuck with cis woman. She's an ethical chaser.
I'm not even trans. I don't fuck with that gender shit. I'm a free thinker.
Wait, what are you then?
I don't know, man. That's a difficult question.
Are you on
I'm just
HRT?
me. No. Do I
Dude,
look like I'm on HRT?
I kind of assumed you were like, I don't know, like at least a few months on it.
No.
Girl,
I mean,
you
honestly,
got
I don't
dude.
even know.
How familiar are you with the concept of twink death?
Don't scare me.
I need
Don't.
to scare you into taking HRT. Did you know there's a solution to twink death?
If it was in front of me right now, I would take it. But the thing is, like, that's just hard to get. You gotta like
No,
go
it's
to a doctor,
not.
and that's scary.
Oh no, so scary. Well, it's not as scary as twink death, so you should get HRT.
You're right. Fuck. It's not coming for me anytime soon.
It comes sooner than you think. I was starting
That's
to
what he said.
experience some early symptoms of twink death right before I got on. You know, my face was starting to masculinize. You know, I was starting to grow more facial hair. You know, I'm just saying.
Would
You wouldn't
press
want to
the button?
experience it.
I don't know, man. I might.
Yeah, if you could press a magical button to magically turn yourself into a cis woman, would you press it?
No. I like the bodily parts I was born with, but
Okay, a cis woman with a dick.
I
Like,
plead the fifth.
oh, come on. We all know the answer. Yeah, this is a
Put me on the
future
spot
password. I
here.
agree. I agree. This is a future password, but you don't want to ruin your potential by, you know, letting testosterone destroy
potential?
your body. Oh, you have a lot of potential, far more than you realize. You look insanely
know,
good
I
for no
already have-
HRT.
I already have a crazy hip to waist ratio.
And you're going
like,
to
for
waste
even
that by
women.
letting testosterone destroy your body?
It won't. I have a 25-inch waist. How bad could it get from there?
if it gets hairy, if your face masculinizes,
Girl, everything's hairy.
bones-
You shave.
it gets worse. And then everyone would see your 5 o'clock shadow. Oh, and also you might start balding.
That's scary. That is.
Yeah. If
Why are you
only
trying
there
to,
was a
like,
solution
coerce
to
me?
stop that. Yo, thank you, I love cake for this. The 2 saying egg. Yeah, I agree.
Stop.
Stop. Stop
No.
it. Stop.
You're being really mean right now.
Stop. You're being so mean. Girl, stop. Stop. Yeah, please
You
don't become a
stop, I'll
man.
debate you on abortion. Don't become
Yeah,
a man.
Yeah. Have you seen Sam Hyde's Twink Death?
Sam Hyde was a twink?
Oh, yeah. And testosterone ruined him.
I think
Do you
drinking
want me to send
did.
you? No, it was testosterone. It was
Okay,
testosterone.
I kind of want to see this now.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
How bad? How bad?
Oh.
Because I know what he looks like now, but like if he was like a twink, and then he turned into that.
He was a twink. Yeah. He was
That's just what being a right winger does to you. I don't feel like
No, that's what testosterone does to you regardless of political ideology. I've seen this happen to countless people.
countless.
Oh yeah. Check your DMs. I want you to take a look at what I sent you. Okay?
I got-
or message
I have-
requests. So my cat's trying to
Yeah,
get
I had too many freaks. Oh my god. Holy shit. I've also never seen the photo on the right. The photo on the right is like disturbing. That's like
Do you want to end up like that? Well, there is
This
a
is like the DARE
special
program at school.
substance you can take. There's a special substance.
this is like dare. You're like showing me this is your brain on heroin.
Uh-huh. Well, that's going to be your body on testosterone after a while. Do you want to turn it into that, or do you want to turn into a beautiful woman?
I mean, I'd obviously be one over the other, but like
Well, those are your two
I don't
options.
think anybody with those two options would choose Sam Hyde.
Well, Sam...
Fascism aside.
No. If you were male-brained, you would choose Sam Hyde, because he's masculine.
If the chemical juices in my brain were the right formulation, no, I don't think so.
Yes. No,
I don't think there's many people that
there's
look
a
at
lot...
Sam Hyde and think, I want to be like him one day.
But men would rather look like Sam Hyde than look like a woman.
No
Just saying.
shot. No shot.
Yeah. Yup.
No. Who?
Yes.
Who is
Men.
this?
Men. Most men.
Not most. Dude, you're crazy.
Yes.
Girl.
You are you're projecting so fucking hard. It's crazy. The fact that you think, oh yeah, everybody else secretly wishes they could look more feminine. That's a you thing because you're, well, you know.
Because I'm well, you know what?
You're a little bit of a repressor. I don't know if I want to say it yet.
Bitch, you're an oppressor, okay? Calm down. Just let me be me.
I am trying to, well, keep you from not being you, if anything.
Keep me from not. There's too many canceling. I don't know, double negative bullshit. You gotta say it simple.
So what I'm saying is that if you were to look like, you know, Sam Hyde, which is what would happen from testosterone as you age.
It's gonna happen to me. My waist physiologically can't get that small or big.
Everyone says that, and then they are sadly mistaken. Everyone says, it won't happen to me, it won't happen to me. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. There are so many people that say, I wish that I had started HRT in my early 20s. You want to know why? Because they didn't realize what testosterone would do to them. Also, Azel in my chat wants to force Femyo.
That's freaky.
She says you're so cute.
That's freaky. All right. My waist.
She's saying she needs you.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Glad I'm getting a rousing response from the chat, considering I was being a bit of a bitch earlier.
Well, it seems like I don't know, I'm just saying, like,
It happened to me. I wish I would.
if you were on
Personally, I wanna wear a
HRT,
dress so
I
bad.
don't
You
think
can wear a dress no matter what.
all I'm gonna say is you're already pretty. You would look insanely
Oh.
beautiful on HRT. Like insane. Like, oh my god. Did you understand how good you would look if you started estrogen? Do you have any idea how much fucking potential you have?
Don't convince me.
Do you have any idea? You have no idea, do you? Or do you have an idea? You just don't want to
Hey,
admit
why'd
it.
you put "not girl" in air quotes? What did I do?
Oh, come on, it's so obvious.
No.
Yeah, you would look cis if you did a few years of HRT. You'd look like people would just assume you're just like a woman.
I mean, people do from behind. That's happened to me before.
People will do it from in front as well.
Prefer it from behind. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Joking.
Right, obviously you're a bottom, so like of course, you know,
No.
that would be from
Nope.
Oh, you're not? You're a switch.
Fuck.
Are you a
I'm not clockable. No, I'm not.
You're not an exclusive dom/top. I can tell.
No.
Right. What do you mean no?
Switch. You said.
Yeah, I'm saying you're not. There's no way in hell you're exclusively a top/dom. That's what I'm saying.
I was for a while.
Yeah, because queer people are like all like a bunch of like fucking submissive bottoms. So like of course they're gonna be like, yeah, mommy, please dominate the fuck out of me, and that's like all you're gonna get because like, you know, that's just the nature of the queer community. We have a top shortage. So basically a lot of switches
shortage?
operate as doms/tops.
I don't know. I feel like I've had more people that want to top me than want to bottom for me. Definitely.
Yeah, you give off
That's-
bottom energy.
Excuse me?
Am I wrong? Do you not
I'll
give
give off some
bottom energy?
physical energy. How about that, huh? Huh?
Okay, bottom.
You're rage baiting. It's not.
It's not. No,
not
I'm
okay.
I'm not a bottom. No, it's not okay.
No, I lift weights. I'm a big scary man.
Yo,
Totally don't only
thank you.
do leg day. Ooh.
Thank you, I love cake for the two saying as an exclusive trans femme. I'd ruin both of you.
That's vile. This
No,
is
it's
why I could
not.
never do. I would never be able to do streaming because I could not handle all the comments.
I love the comments.
You love
Somebody,
when people
yeah,
say they'd ruin you?
Arya says you give off even more bottom energy than Femi, and Femi is a confirmed bottom.
Girl,
Yeah, you give off more bottom energy than I do.
I was blessed with certain gifts, and I gotta put them to use. I'm not gonna just be a bottom. I refuse.
Right.
Right.
You're a sub-leaning switch. We get it.
I'm straight down the
Right.
middle. Call me a centrist, though. I am
You're
straight
down the middle. Okay, dominate me right now then.
I'm not gonna be submissive for you either. That's just not what I want to do right now. Not in the mood.
You come off as submissive.
Right now, yeah, I guess, because I was like apologizing and stuff.
Oh, right,
For,
and
like,
right
being
now
a-
because, you know, for being what? Submissive and breedable?
Okay. It's not true.
It's not true. It's not true. I'm not a submissive bottom. That's so adorable. Aw, look at you getting all flustered. Stop! You're getting all flustered.
I will leave. Don't make me.
Uh-huh.
Don't say plat. I told you I can't do this. I would just be sitting here the whole time.
What,
being like,
getting teased by chat, getting all flustered and embarrassed. Oh, look at you hiding from the camera. You're like, no, what do you mean? I would never do
I'm
that.
not hiding from the camera.
You were
I'm
like
recoiling
facing
in
away.
disgust. I'm disgusted.
Right. You're disgusted. Okay.
I have class.
You have right.
Don't believe. Hey, now
yeah,
you're recoiling. I see that. Your stream's still open.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh! You don't like when the tables are turned, huh? Huh? I think you do like when the tables are turned because you're submissive and breedable.
Okay, but
Okay, you are definitely more submissive than me.
No,
You
I'm
crumbled
not.
instantly. You
No,
crumbled instantly.
no, I didn't. No, no.
Actually crumbling to pieces.
No proof.
Actually. No
Nuh-uh.
proof. Girl, you're streaming. Do you know where you are? Are you that tired?
No, I know I'm streaming, but there's
the
no
proof's
proof,
in the
okay?
pudding.
Well, I didn't make pudding today.
Help me out then.
Also someone said, let me tell them they can still be a boy on HRT, drag me. Oh yeah, well of course. The HRT femboys are a thing too, yeah. That's what they do to prevent twink death. So that they don't
like I
become
said, I would-
disgusting and moitish, you know?
Jesus. I would
What?
take it if it was in front of me, but that's just hard to get. I don't want to go to a doctor.
It will be in front of you. All you need to do is just make an appointment with Planned Parenthood. And it's really not that hard to get. I will guide you through it. I will be like a mentor to you, okay? I will help you. I will
This
help you
far
get that shit.
Too generous.
Well, and if you don't want to go to a doctor, DIY HRT is always an option. You can like order it from like, other websites.
I don't want to inject
Yeah,
nothing off Timu into my bloodstream.
No, it's fairly safe.
That's
all
how you
things
get
considered.
COVID too.
No, it's surprisingly safe.
Electric
But
boogaloo.
that's besides the point. I would recommend getting it from a doctor if you can, of course.
Well, yeah, because then you can get it through like your health insurance and shit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I would recommend Planned Parenthood if you can. Just, you gotta make like
Even
one
though
phone
fuck
call.
Margaret Sanger, whatever her name is.
Who cares about that? Just get your HRT girly pop.
Girly pop me.
What?
What?
What, you don't like it when I call you girly pop? I say it to everyone, to be fair.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Oh, so you do like it.
You will get no confessions out of me. I am pleading the fifth so hard.
Oh, I plead the fifth. It's like
on
when
all
somebody
accounts.
Yeah, when someone asks me a bottom and I'm like, oh, I plead the fifth. Yeah. Oh, I wonder what the
Girl, you're
conclusion
not pleading the
is.
fifth. You're saying yes. You're saying you are begging. You are on your hands and knees barking. Don't even.
No, I'm a cat girl. I meow.
Oh, sorry. You'd never be as boorish as the stoop to the level of a dog person.
Well, no,
I don't think there's a hierarchy here, girl.
No, I mean, to be fair, I do have some puppy girl tendencies, but at heart, I'm a cat girl, okay?
What is a puppy girl tendency?
Like, being walked around on a leash,
You can walk a cat on a leash.
Yeah, that's true. That's just more associated with that. Also, my people on my Discord server have been trying to clicker train me, and like it partially. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Partially. Shit, I gotta break the clicker out.
Do you have one?
Yeah, but my dogs would go fucking ape shit.
Oh.
They hear it, they start barking. The training was like the opposite of what it needed to be. They get mad when they hear it.
Yeah.
And I have 2 pit bulls, and like I don't need the neighbor's baby going missing anytime soon.
Damn.
They bite.
Anyways.
What,
Either
you
way,
getting tired?
I am pretty tired. I think you should do HRT. You're saying you would take it if it was in front of you. You
don't need it.
You will.
Girl, look at my waist. I don't need it.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking jealous. Fuck you, bitch. Your body is tea. I fucking hate you.
Stop.
Fuck you. No, I agree. I agree with, at least the dog cages are, yeah, I mean, those can be pretty funny. Pretty fun. Pretty comfy.
I I just can never look at a shot caller the same way again after the Hassan memes.
Dude, I
There's no
remember
way I could take it seriously.
I made some shit post being like, why couldn't it have been me instead of the dog?
No! No!
I was like, why couldn't it have been me?
To be fair, Hassan, I would. I'm not even usually
Yeah.
in the mask men, but Hassan.
Same. Hassan is an exception. Like, I don't know. I don't give a
There's a
shit.
lot
I
of
would-
people's
I would-
exceptions, I feel like. I feel like
Yeah,
he's straight men's
Ma-
exceptions.
Right?
Luigi
Like,
too.
same thing with Luigi Mangione, yeah.
Yeah, but he's like a one-time fuck, I feel like.
Nah, dude.
I wouldn't
He's like
double
a...
tap him.
Nah, he's like a 3-time, 5-time fuck. I feel... No, because I feel like he's like the kind
Girl,
of person...
schedule weekly appointments at that point. Like that's a schedule. 3 to 5.
Like, I feel like he's the type of person that would like take you out on like a nice date and like, you know, he'd be like super like charming and charismatic and like,
Show you the
you know-
blueprints for his 3D printer.
yeah.
That is kind of cute. If
Yeah,
somebody went up to
exactly.
me on a date and said, I'm going to assassinate a billionaire, I would marry them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't even got to stay around. Like, they're going to be in jail. I could just divorce them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he gets out of prison. I hope he...
He's an innocent man.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't do anything immoral, so I mean...
He didn't do anything. I didn't see it. It didn't, like...
yeah,
there
exactly.
was
I didn't
no-
see
there
it,
was no
therefore it
evidence.
didn't happen. Yeah, exactly. Luigi Mangione
Yeah,
is
I
gonna be
didn't-
free, actually. Let's fucking go! Based.
Wait.
W based.
When was this announced? I feel like I would have heard about
All the
this.
evidence got thrown out of court. Oh, thank fuck.
Yeah, but that doesn't really mean shit. They can still just convict because this shit like that happens a lot.
Maybe, I don't know. Either way, fuck, I've been streaming for more than 4 hours. Dog beds are the best. I would seriously
Congratulations, I
consider
got you
switching
over
to a
the
large
4-hour
dog bed
mark.
instead of a human bed. Real. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours and 16 minutes.
I used to sleep on a couch, so I think I'll stick to the human bed instead of a dog bed.
Dog bed sounds like it'd be comfy. I don't know. Like, those things look pretty comfy. Like, if there was like a human-sized one, like,
there's
I
not
would
enough,
sleep on
like,
that.
There's not enough like height to it to like
That's why it would
get
have
the
to be
lumbar
larger.
support.
No, but
But-
that's why. No, but
The
like,
lumbar, girl, the lumbar.
well, what about the lumbar? Like, I don't
The
care about that.
lumbar.
As long as it's large enough for me to like, you know, stretch and just be like all comfy and then I could curl up in a ball and you know,
Be a
It's just like-
bottom.
no,
You feel me?
I'm
You're saying no and you're saying yes in your mind at the same time.
no, I'm a
I
big
can read
strong
thoughts.
toppy top. No, no,
Girl,
I'm
what's your squat PR? Come on, let's spill the beans.
I don't know.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but
You gotta
why
hit
are
the gym. You
people?
gotta work on the buns. You gotta grow them.
I know. Same way you gotta do HRT.
Girl, we'll make a pact. I do HRT. You hit leg day.
Okay, deal. But you better fucking
327.
start
That's
HRT.
not bad.
Damn, yours is 327. Jesus.
No, that's what somebody in chat said. I'm not at 327 yet, but I do be
Oh.
hitting them squats. I'll get there one day.
Well, damn.
W bottom gang, you squat 327 and you're bottoming. I feel like you'd rip somebody's cock off.
Wait, she's hotter than me. What the fuck, dude? The worst part is she hasn't even done HRT
Who?
yet. You dummy.
I'm not used to being referred to as she.
Oh, sorry, Z.
I didn't say
Zer.
Z.
I know. I'm. fucking
Girl,
with
he
you.
died like over 80 years ago. He didn't even make the salad.
Anyways.
All right, you should get some sleep. I'll be back to debate you on abortion at some point, hopefully.
Okay.
And my makeup hopefully won't be as busted.
No, you're good. You're cute. How is she not on HRT? That's what I'm saying, bro. Dude, you gotta get on that shit. Dude, you already have the body. Like, your body is already Dude, imagine you, but, like, with tits and, like, a more feminized face and, like... I'm just saying, like, goddamn.
The face is the most interesting part for me.
Oh, that
That's
will
what would make me.
feminize.
I don't. How much can it even affect your face, though?
Oh, more than you know. My face does not look like it used to. My face is way more feminine than it used to be.
I have like a crazy jawline. That's why I got the hair out like this, because, you know.
Right. You're totally still cis, though.
I didn't even say that. I just said I don't know. I don't fuck with your gender ideologies. Like I said, I'm a free thinker.
Oh, you're a free
Like,
thinker.
Like my idol Charlie.
Oh, your idol Charlie Kirk, you know.
No, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, I was gonna make a joke about how, you know, American hero and free speech warrior just died, you know, got murdered during the national tragedy of 9/10, you know. Very sad stuff.
Willy Wonka got assassinated?
Yes.
You see his blood pour into the chocolate river. Raspberry flavored.
Arius says, you could be one of the most beautiful beings to ever live. TBH, you are blessed with the body of some kind of angel. No, literally. Do you know how fucking jealous I am? Do you have any idea how jealous I am of your starting point? Like, Jesus.
No. Things don't fit me right. And also, girl, this is not my starting point. To be clear, I used to weigh 200 pounds.
Okay, fair. But, like, still.
And I just stopped eating food and it worked.
Either way, regardless of your gender, you should take estrogen. Trust. Fat redistribution is gonna go so fucking hard.
I already have. I know because like my dad particularly has gotten it tested. The men in my family have more feminine fat distribution than most women.
Think about how feminine you could look. Think about it. Think about how cute and pretty you could be. Like, you're already pretty desirable, but you could be even more so. You'd be like the most pretty woman ever. Like, oh my God.
I feel like I'm having a conversation with myself at 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Well, you could be the prettiest woman ever. I'm just saying.
No. Not everybody can be Hunter Schafer.
You could surpass. Oh, you could surpass Hunter Schafer. Yes, with HRT and like, even with HRT and like maybe at most the most you would ever need, if you wanted to surpass Hunter Schafer, would be like maybe a little bit of FFS. You could easily surpass her. Are you kidding me?
I gotta get this nose just like chopped off. Give me the Voldemort.
Oh yeah, me too. Oh yeah, same. I also have a big nose.
I'm worse, girl. I'm worse.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
I get anti-Semitic comments, and I'm not even Jewish.
Oh yeah, same.
Really?
Yes. You fucking see my side profile?
No.
Yeah, dude. My side profile is cooked.
Girl, my every profile is cooked. If you saw my jaw.
Oh, but what about my jaw? Okay, well, you could just get on HRT, and then eventually, maybe if you really care that much, just get FFS.
But that like costs like money and shit, like a lot of money and shit.
Yeah, and you don't have to. But either way, even just with HRT, like, oh my God.
Dude. She does already pass? No, I don't. No, I don't. You think I go out to a McDonald's employee and go, hey, I want a burger? They're gonna be like, yes, ma'am.
Well, they're not saying you voice pass. They're talking about visuals. Fair. Yeah. Either way, think about how much potential. Think about all the potential you have. Think about it. Just think. You don't? Why not? You wouldn't want to throw all your potential away, would you?
This is like terrorist. Like, this is what they did to like terrorists in the Middle East. Or people they called terrorists in like the Middle East. They'd fucking waterboard them and be like, put on these thigh highs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Think of the power you could have. You know?
Power.
Yeah. Yeah, like, dude, pretty privilege is a real thing. Just saying.
I got
The
enough.
prettier
privilege.
the prettier you are, the more easy it is to navigate society. I'm telling you.
Mm,
Just saying.
I don't know.
You could have so much power, or you could turn into Sam Hyde. You know, that's your other option.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
You're in denial. Testosterone does that to you. It will. Not yet, but it will as you age.
I keep fierce track of my waistline. I keep in my way.
It's not.
I don't
No,
let it
it's not
happen.
just. It's not just your waistline. It's your shoulder width. It's your face. It's everything. It's the amount of hair you grow. Your hairline. Your beard shadow will eventually become more prominent. You won't be able to hide it with makeup anymore. I'm telling you.
You can always hide it with makeup if you shave close enough.
Oh,
I got.
but it would
I
show.
can
It would. It would
I
show.
can grow a goatee.
But
just
eventually,
don't.
but eventually, it would grow back so fast that, you know, by the middle of the day, it's gonna be visible. So
This is like sitting at a campfire telling scary stories.
yeah, somebody says at 38, back hair starts going crazy.
Ew. How do you even shave
Yeah.
that? I mean,
You
I
can't.
probably could because
Yeah, well,
but-
do you want it? Do you want to get to that point?
no, that kind of hurts.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You want HRT, right? I mean, come on.
If I hear those 3 letters whispered again in that weird
HRT.
seductive
HRT.
no,
HRT. Yes.
no, you can't make
Yes.
me.
I can't. You're right. I can't make you. You could die of twink death if you want. That's always an option. Do you want to die of twink death?
We're going in circles.
Well, the answer is no, right? You already promised you'd get on HRT if I, you know, start doing a bunch of leg days. So, deal's a deal. You gotta make an appointment.
I don't see you lifting nothing yet, girl. You got to get under that squat rack.
I
You
will.
got to start doing the butt lifts, all of it.
You got to make an appointment though. Genuinely. Either way, this is for you, not for me. At the end of the day, just putting it out there. Can I draw you? Yeah, of course.
Draw me too. No, I'm joking. Okay.
Femi is the trans girl
Probably.
the right warned us about. Yeah, I'm good at convincing people to take HRT because, like,
Yeah.
I know when someone will be dysphoric if they don't.
I
I'm
start
not
HRT.
stupid.
She's like, join the women's powerlifting team. Do it.
Mhm.
You'll be so good at probably like. Just be the worst stereotype.
Uh-huh. No, but like I am the reason I'm good at convincing people to start HRT is because A, I know who would benefit from it. So I don't like if I don't think that like someone would benefit from it, if they don't show any signs of dysphoria, I won't tell them to take HRT. But you've shown multiple
So-
signs of dysphoria.
Like what?
Hiding your jawline. People that aren't dysphoric don't
Oh.
like people that aren't dysphoric do that. Like they
I mean,
don't
that
do
could
that.
just be body dysmorphia. They have to be gender related.
No, it's explicitly gender related. It's very, very obviously gender related, and it's not dysmorphia if it's true belief. It would be dysphoria. There's a distinction.
What's the distinction?
Cis men are proud of their big jawlines. They want big jawlines. Trans women,
Yeah, because
generally
cis men
don't.
are weird.
yeah, well, it's obvious you're not one of them.
I never claimed to be a cis man.
Well, you obviously want to look more feminine, not more masculine. So,
Yeah.
well, there's an avenue for that.
Girl, I get it. Girl, I get it.
Do you now?
I ate an entire bag of bird seeds. Are you a parrot? Don't eat an entire bag of birds. That's vile. Dude. I see you sitting there with your smirk on your face.
Well, yeah, because, you know, I have a tendency to be right about things, and that's all I
Well,
have
do
to
you
say on
now?
the matter. Oh, I do.
It's called being a socialist. We're just right, but like a little early.
Yes. Regardless, we've been going for stream 4.5 hours. Jesus. I'm gonna hop off this VC.
Yeah. Alright. Before you go though,
You should.
remember to debate me about abortion. I want to convince you.
I will. I will. But
See ya.
yeah. See ya. Peace out. I think we're done here. They can figure it out from here. Oh yeah, she can. She absolutely can. Anyways. GG? Yes, GG's. Well, that was fun. Had a good time. What about you, chat? Did you guys have a good time? I had a good time. I'm glad I found the stream. Hell yeah, subscribe. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Alright, join the Discord. Okay, I will... It'll be labeled as Community Discord in the About section of my channel. Let me copy... Okay, and then paste the link. Join. Apparently it's not clickable. Just screenshot and type it. Or, hold on. Or maybe I have to do that to make it clickable. Yeah, there we go. She was cute as fuck. True. Okay, anyways. Bye, everyone. Have a good day. Or night. Or whatever the fuck. Sorry. I'm tired. Bye, everyone.